What if you could completely change your life in just 30 days, not with luck, not with magic, but with small, powerful steps that rebuild who you are from the inside out? This audiobook is your personal reset button, a guide to help you become more focused, confident, and alive. Each day brings a new challenge, a new mindset, a new piece of your best self. You don't need to wait for the perfect time or the right motivation. You only need to begin. Over the next 30 days, you'll learn how to let go of old habits, heal from your past, and build a future that truly feels yours. It's time to stop surviving and start reinventing. Let's take this journey together, day by day, word by word. And before we begin, make sure to subscribe to this channel so you never miss a chapter of your transformation. Day 1. The decision to begin. Every change starts with one simple but powerful decision. The decision to begin. It sounds small, but it's everything. Most people never get there. They dream about a better life. They talk about change. They even plan for it, but they don't start. They wait for the perfect time, the perfect feeling, the perfect opportunity. And in that waiting, life passes them by. Today is about breaking that pattern. Today is about deciding that your life is worth changing right now. The truth is, no one ever feels completely ready. Change is uncomfortable. It demands honesty, effort, and courage. But the moment you say, "I'm doing this," something inside you shifts. You stop being a spectator in your own story. You start becoming the author. That one decision opens doors you couldn't see before. It gives you focus, direction, and purpose. It doesn't matter if you're scared or uncertain. All that matters is that you start. Think about how many times you've promised yourself you'd begin something. Maybe it was losing weight, writing a book, saving money, or fixing your mindset. You felt inspired for a few days, then life got in the way. You told yourself you'd start again next week, but next week never came. This pattern is common because your mind prefers comfort over growth. It tells you to stay safe, to avoid failure, to wait until things feel easier. But life doesn't change in comfort zones. Life changes when you step into discomfort and choose growth anyway. Starting doesn't have to be dramatic. It doesn't need a grand plan or a public announcement. It begins quietly, inside you. It begins when you whisper to yourself, "I want more than this." That whisper is the first spark. The moment you decide that your future deserves more than your excuses, you've already begun. The rest is just movement. Small, consistent steps in the direction of your new life. Many people think transformation happens suddenly, like a burst of lightning, but real change happens gradually. It's not one big decision, it's the decision you repeat every morning. When you wake up and choose to keep going, even when you don't feel like it, that's where the magic lives. It's in the persistence, not the perfection. It's in showing up, even on the quiet days, even when no one notices. On this first day, your only goal is to decide that you're ready to take back control. You don't need a roadmap yet. You just need a reason. Think about what brought you here. Maybe you're tired of being stuck. Maybe you've lost motivation, or you feel like life is passing by without meaning. Maybe you want to feel proud of yourself again. Whatever your reason, hold on to it. It's your anchor. When things get hard, when doubts creep in, that reason will remind you why you started. Take a moment now to imagine the person you want to become. Picture them clearly. How do they act? How do they think? How do they treat themselves? That version of you already exists inside, you just have to wake them up. Every action you take from this moment is a conversation with that future self. Each time you choose growth over comfort, you're telling them, "I'm coming for you." That's the mindset of reinvention. You don't need to change everything at once. That's where most people fail. They try to rebuild their whole life overnight, and when it doesn't happen fast enough, they give up. But big change comes from small actions, one day at a time, one decision at a time. Today's action might be simple. Deciding to believe that change is possible. That's enough. That's how it starts. Your mind will try to resist. It will say, "You've tried before and failed." It will remind you of your past mistakes, but your past is not your prediction. It's just a lesson. Every mistake taught you something. Every setback shaped your strength. The decision to begin is your chance to use all those lessons and finally move forward. You are not starting from nothing. You're starting from experience. Somewhere deep down, you already know you're capable of more. That quiet voice that says, "I want to grow," that's your truth. Don't ignore it anymore. Listen to it. Let it guide you. You don't need anyone's permission to change. You don't need anyone to understand your journey. You just need to trust yourself enough to take the first step. This first step might look different for everyone. For one person, it might be getting out of bed earlier. For another, it's finally forgiving someone or yourself. For someone else, it's writing down a dream you've been too afraid to admit. Whatever it is, start where you are. Don't overthink it, just move. Remember, action builds momentum. The hardest part is always the first move. Once you start, your energy changes. You feel more alive. You begin to notice possibilities instead of problems. You start believing that maybe, just maybe, you can actually do this. And that belief is everything. That belief will carry you through the hard days. Change isn't about becoming someone else. It's about becoming more of who you already are. The best version of you is not a stranger. It's the part of you that's been waiting for permission to show up. Reinvention is about returning to your truth. It's about shedding the layers of fear, doubt, and expectation that have covered your real self. The decision to begin is the decision to stop hiding. Every day from now on, you will face a choice: stay where you are or take one small step toward who you want to be. You won't always feel motivated, but motivation isn't what you need. Commitment is the quiet promise you make to yourself when no one's watching. It's the voice that says, "Even if I fail, I won't quit." That's the decision that changes everything. When you make this choice, the world starts to shift around you. You'll notice signs, opportunities, and people who align with your new direction. Life responds to movement. When you move, doors open. When you stay stuck, they stay closed. The universe doesn't reward wishes, it rewards effort. So start. Begin imperfectly. Begin scared. Begin unsure. But begin. You might not see progress right away, and that's okay. Change takes time to show itself. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not happening. Like seeds growing underground, your efforts are taking root. Every day you stay consistent, you water those roots. One day, they'll break through the surface, and everyone will see what you've been building quietly all along. Today is about that quiet start. It's not about proving anything to others. It's about proving to yourself that you're ready. You're not waiting for the world to give you permission. You're choosing yourself. You're taking responsibility for your own future. That single choice is the foundation of reinvention. So here's your challenge for day one. Make a promise to yourself. Write it down somewhere. Say it out loud if you need to. I am starting today. I'm done waiting. I'm ready to change. Keep that sentence with you. Let it be your reminder. Every time fear tries to stop you, you've already taken the hardest step. You've begun. Remember, this is not a 30-day escape. It's a 30-day rebirth. By the time you reach the end, you'll look back and realize how far you've come. You'll see that the power to reinvent your life was always in your hands. It just started with one decision. The decision to begin. Day 2. Building consistency. When motivation fades, motivation feels amazing when it's there. It makes you excited. It makes you believe you can do anything. On the first day of a new goal, you feel powerful. You tell yourself this time will be different. But then life happens. You get tired, distracted, busy, or bored. That strong energy starts to fade, and soon the same old habits begin to creep back in. This is the moment where most people quit, not because they don't want change, but because they don't know how to keep going when motivation disappears. Today is about learning something most people never master: how to stay consistent, even when you don't feel like it, because the truth is, success doesn't belong to the most motivated people, it belongs to the most consistent ones. Anyone can start with energy. Very few can continue without it. If you can learn to keep going when it's not exciting, you'll separate yourself from 90% of people who give up too soon. Motivation is like a spark. It's bright, it's powerful, but it doesn't last long. You need something stronger to keep the fire alive. That something is discipline. Discipline is what makes you act even when your feelings don't want to cooperate. It's what makes you wake up, show up, and keep your promise to yourself. Motivation might get you started, but discipline keeps you moving, and when discipline becomes your habit, you become unstoppable. Think of your life as a bridge you're building. Every small action adds a brick. Motivation might help you lay the first few, but it's consistency that finishes the structure. Without consistency, the bridge never gets built. You stand in the same place, surrounded by half-finished efforts, wondering why nothing changes. But when you commit to doing something every single day, no matter how small, you start to see real progress. Slowly, quietly, you move closer to the other side. One reason people lose consistency is because they expect constant excitement, but growth is rarely exciting. It's repetitive, uncomfortable, and often invisible. The gym feels boring after the first week. Reading feels slow. Saving money feels unrewarding at first. But these small, boring steps are where transformation begins. The people who succeed are the ones who learn to love the process, not just the results. On this journey to reinvent your life, you'll have good days and bad days. There will be mornings when you feel unstoppable and others when you don't want to move. That's normal. What matters most is what you do on the days you don't feel like it. Anyone can act when it's easy. True change happens when you act when it's hard. Every time you push through that resistance, you're training your mind to be stronger than your mood. Here's something powerful to remember: motivation comes and goes, but habits stay. If you can turn your new goals into daily habits, you won't need motivation to keep going. Habits are automatic. They take the emotion out of the decision. You no longer ask, "Do I feel like doing this?" You just do it. That's the secret of consistency. It turns effort into identity. You stop trying to be someone who's improving and start becoming someone who naturally grows. Let's be honest. Discipline doesn't always feel good in the moment. It's uncomfortable, but comfort is not the goal. Progress is. The people who build extraordinary lives aren't always more talented. They're just more consistent. They understand that success is less about how you feel and more about what you do, despite how you feel. That's the mindset you're building this week. To stay consistent, you need structure. Structure is what keeps you on track when your emotions swing. Create a simple system for yourself. Do something at the same time every day. Wake up at a fixed hour. Dedicate 10 minutes to something meaningful: reading, writing, walking, learning. Don't focus on how much you do, focus on doing it daily. Because daily effort compounds. What feels small today becomes massive over time. One day, you'll look back and realize those little moments of discipline built your entire transformation. The most successful people in the world are not the most motivated. They've just learned to rely on habits, not feelings. They know that feelings are temporary, but results are permanent. They understand that discipline creates freedom. The more disciplined you become, the more control you gain over your life. You're no longer a slave to mood swings or laziness. You move because it's who you are now. On this second day, you might already feel your early excitement fading. That's okay. It's supposed to happen. The first few days of any change are filled with adrenaline. But real growth begins when that wears off. Now you're entering the real work. The work of showing up without applause. This is where transformation happens. This is where you build mental toughness. Ask yourself right now, what's one thing I can do every day, even when I don't feel like it? It doesn't have to be big. Maybe it's writing one paragraph. Maybe it's going for a short walk. Maybe it's spending 5 minutes thinking about your goals. Choose something small but meaningful, then commit to it every day for the next week. Don't break the chain. Even if you're tired, busy, or uninspired, do it. That simple act of showing up will start to change how you see yourself. Every time you keep your promise, you build trust with yourself. That's what consistency really is, self-trust. You begin to believe your own words again. You stop saying, "I'll try," and start saying, "I will." You stop needing to convince yourself because you have proof from your own actions. This inner trust is powerful. It becomes the foundation for everything else you build. Some days you'll do a lot. Some days you'll do less. But as long as you keep moving forward, you're winning. Progress is not about perfection. It's about persistence. You can stumble, pause, even fall, but don't stop. The only real failure is quitting. As long as you keep showing up, you're still growing. You're still rewriting your story. Remember, every great transformation looks boring in the beginning. The results don't show right away, but the effort always counts. The seeds you're planting now may take time to grow, but they will. And when they do, you'll be glad you kept watering them, even on the days when it felt pointless. One day, someone will ask how you changed your life. They'll expect a secret, a shortcut, or a trick. But your answer will be simple. I didn't quit. That's it. You stayed consistent when it stopped being easy. You kept going when others didn't. That's the quiet strength that builds new lives. So today's lesson is this. Don't chase motivation. Build systems. Build habits. Build identity. When you act every day, your brain starts to see that new behavior as part of who you are. You're no longer someone trying to change. You're someone who does change. That's how consistency becomes natural. Motivation will return from time to time, like a friend who visits but doesn't stay. Let it inspire you when it's there, but don't depend on it. Depend on your commitment instead. The kind of change you're building now is not about hype. It's about discipline. Quiet, daily, unstoppable discipline. By the end of these 30 days, you'll see that the power to reinvent your life doesn't come from big bursts of inspiration. It comes from showing up when you don't feel like it, again and again, until it becomes who you are. Every time you do, you prove to yourself that your future matters more than your comfort. So today, build consistency. Not perfection, not excitement, just steady, daily effort. That's the bridge that will take you from who you were to who you're becoming. And when motivation fades, let your commitment lead the way, because that's how you build a life that lasts. Day 3. Breaking the pattern of self-doubt. There's a quiet voice in your head that questions everything you do. It whispers things like, "What if I fail?" or "What if I'm not good enough?" It tells you to play safe, to wait, to stop before you start. That voice is self-doubt. Everyone has it, but some people let it control them, while others learn to control it. Today is about breaking that pattern, about silencing that voice long enough for you to finally believe in yourself again. Self-doubt doesn't show up out of nowhere. It grows slowly, like a shadow. Maybe someone told you once that you wouldn't make it. Maybe you tried something and failed, and now you're scared to try again. Maybe you've spent too long comparing yourself to people who seem more confident or successful. Over time, you begin to question your own worth. You start believing that other people are meant for success, not you. But that's a lie. The truth is, no one is born confident. Confidence is built. When you stop listening to fear and start taking small steps forward, even when you're unsure. Self-doubt feeds on hesitation. The longer you wait, the stronger it grows. When you say, "I'll do it later," that voice gets louder. It starts saying, "You're not ready," or "You'll mess it up." But if you act quickly before the fear takes hold, you starve that voice. Every time you move despite your doubt, you take away its power. That's how people who seem fearless actually live. They're not fearless, they've just learned to act before fear wins. The mind likes safety. It's designed to protect you from pain or embarrassment. That's why it creates doubt, to keep you in familiar places. But comfort and growth cannot live together. If you always listen to doubt, you stay stuck. You repeat the same patterns, thinking the same thoughts, living the same results. The only way to break that cycle is to move even when you're uncertain. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's action in the presence of it. Imagine this. Every person you admire once felt the same fear you feel. Every author doubted their words. Every athlete questioned their ability. Every successful person had moments of insecurity. The difference is, they didn't let those feelings decide their future. They kept moving, even when their voice of doubt said stop. That's how growth happens, not when you stop being afraid, but when you stop letting fear make decisions for you. Self-doubt often disguises itself as logic. It tells you you're being realistic. It reminds you of your past mistakes. It says you should wait until you're more prepared. But being realistic doesn't mean being fearful. Preparation is good, but perfectionism is paralysis. There will never be a time when you feel fully ready. If you keep waiting for confidence before taking action, you'll be waiting your whole life. Confidence doesn't come first, it comes after. You build it by doing the things you thought you couldn't. One of the biggest traps of self-doubt is comparison. You look at others and think, they're ahead, they're smarter, they're luckier, but you only see their highlight reel, not their struggle. You don't see the failures, the nights of doubt, the times they almost gave up. Everyone fights invisible battles. When you compare your behind the scenes with someone else's final product, you'll always feel behind. The key is to stop comparing and start focusing on your own growth. Your path doesn't need to look like anyone else's, it just needs to move forward. Another thing that fuels self-doubt is past failure. You tried something once and it didn't work. Maybe you lost money, or time, or confidence. Now you carry that memory like proof that you can't succeed. But failure is not proof of weakness. It's evidence of effort. You can't fail if you never try. The people who fail the most are usually the ones who learn the most. Every time you fall, you collect information about what doesn't work. That information becomes your advantage if you use it wisely. The only real failure is giving up. To break the pattern of self-doubt, you have to catch it when it speaks. Notice how it talks to you. Does it sound like your own voice, or does it echo someone else's? The critic, the teacher, the parent, the friend who doubted you. Most of the time it's not even your voice, it's someone else's opinion you accidentally accepted as truth. But it's not your truth. You have the power to change the voice in your head. When doubt says, "You can't," you can respond, "Watch me." You don't have to argue with your doubt, you just have to outwork it. Let your actions become the proof your mind can't deny. When you keep showing up, your brain starts to see new evidence. It starts saying, "Maybe I can." Then one day, without realizing it, that voice becomes quieter. It never disappears completely, but it loses control. You become louder than your fear. Sometimes self-doubt comes from the fear of judgment. You worry about what others will think if you fail. But here's a secret. Most people are too busy thinking about themselves to notice you for long. Even if they do, their opinions don't define you. People will always have something to say. You can't live a full life if you're trying to please everyone. Growth requires risk. You have to be okay with being misunderstood for a while. The only approval you really need is your own. Breaking self-doubt is not about pretending to be confident all the time. It's about acting with courage, even when you're not. It's about saying, I don't know how, but I'll figure it out. That mindset is powerful because it focuses on progress, not perfection. Every step forward proves to yourself that you're capable. Every small victory chips away at fear. You begin to realize that you're stronger than you thought. Here's something you need to remember. You are not your thoughts. Just because your mind says you can't doesn't mean it's true. Thoughts are suggestions, not commands. You decide which ones to follow. When self-doubt appears, treat it like background noise. You can notice it without obeying it. Let it be there, but keep moving anyway. The more you practice this, the less control it has over you. You'll also notice that self-doubt often appears right before a breakthrough. It's like your mind's way of testing if you're serious. Whenever you're about to level up, start a business, make a change, take a risk, that voice gets loud. It tries to scare you back into your old self. But that's actually a sign that you're growing. If you feel fear, it means you're moving towards something important. Growth and doubt often arrive together. The trick is to move forward anyway. Start small. You don't have to overcome all your doubt in one day. You just have to act once without letting it stop you. Maybe it's sending that message. Maybe it's starting that project. Maybe it's speaking up for yourself. Every time you do, you rewrite your brain's pattern. You show yourself that doubt doesn't define your limits. You do. By the end of today, you should understand this truth. Everyone doubts themselves, but not everyone stops because of it. The difference between success and regret is not talent or luck, it's action. The people who create amazing lives feel doubt too, but they walk through it. They feel fear and do it anyway. That's bravery. That's how you grow. So the next time your mind says, "What if I fail?" ask yourself, "What if I don't? What if this time is different? What if this time you keep going? What if this time you finally prove that you can?" Because you can. You just have to decide to believe it long enough to act. The goal today is simple. Don't let doubt make your choices. Let your dreams do that. Every time you choose to act instead of freeze, you're breaking the pattern. And with each broken pattern, a new version of you is born. The version who knows that the voice of doubt is just noise, and that the real voice, the one that believes in you, has been there all along, waiting for you to listen. Day 4. Letting go of the past so you can move forward. You can't start a new chapter if you're still reading the last one. Yet that's what many people do. They hold on to old mistakes, old pain, and old memories so tightly that they can't grab the new things life is offering them. The past becomes a heavy backpack that weighs them down no matter how hard they try to move forward. Today is about putting that backpack down. It's about forgiving, releasing, and finally letting yourself breathe again. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It doesn't mean pretending nothing happened. It means accepting that it happened, learning from it, and choosing not to let it control your life anymore. Your past is a place to learn from, not a place to live in. The more time you spend looking back, the less energy you have to build what's in front of you. And if you keep reliving the same pain, it becomes part of your identity instead of a chapter you've outgrown. Everyone has something they wish they could change. A wrong decision, a broken relationship, a time they stayed silent when they should have spoken. But guilt doesn't heal you, it holds you. You can't rewrite what's already been written, but you can change how you carry it. You can let your past become your teacher instead of your prison. Every experience, even the painful ones, taught you something that shaped who you are right now. Sometimes we hold on to the past because we're afraid of what comes next. The unknown feels scary, but the familiar, even when it hurts, feels safe. Your brain likes patterns. It clings to what it knows, even if that thing causes pain. That's why letting go isn't easy. It's not just emotional, it's neurological. But once you realize this, you can begin to train your mind to stop replaying the same old stories and start creating new ones. You don't heal by erasing your past. You heal by facing it with honesty. Ask yourself, what am I still holding on to? Is it anger, regret, sadness, shame? Be truthful, even if it hurts. Awareness is the first step to freedom. You can't release what you refuse to name. Once you identify what's been holding you, you take away its secret power. It stops being a shadow and becomes something you can finally walk through. Forgiveness is a big part of letting go, not just forgiving others, but forgiving yourself. You've made mistakes. Everyone has. You've done things you wish you could undo. But carrying guilt forever doesn't make you better. It just keeps you stuck. You deserve peace too. When you forgive yourself, you make space for growth. You tell yourself, I'm not my mistakes, I'm what I've learned from them. That simple shift in mindset changes everything. People sometimes believe forgiveness means weakness, but it's the opposite. It takes strength to say, I release this. It takes courage to stop reliving old pain and start choosing peace. When you forgive, you take back your power. You stop letting what someone else did or what you did control your emotions. You stop being a victim of your own history. That's how real healing begins. Letting go also means making peace with endings. Not everything or everyone is meant to stay. Some chapters close because they're supposed to. Some people leave because their role in your story is over. When you keep holding on, you delay your own growth. Sometimes you have to thank the past, even if it broke you, because it pushed you toward becoming stronger. Pain often plants the seeds of transformation. You just have to stop watering the memory and start watering your future. Think about how nature works. Trees let go of their leaves every autumn so they can grow new ones in spring. If they held on to the old ones, they'd die under their own weight. The same is true for people. You can't hold on to what's gone and still expect to grow. Letting go is not losing, it's making room. When you release the past, you open space for new people, new ideas, and new opportunities to enter your life. You might feel afraid that if you let go, you'll lose a part of yourself. But the truth is, you don't lose, you rediscover. You find the parts of yourself that were buried under all that pain. You start feeling lighter, freer, more alive. You stop living through your wounds and start living through your wisdom. You begin to realize that every ending gave you something, a lesson, a perspective, a strength you didn't have before. Some memories will still visit you, and that's okay. Healing isn't about erasing, it's about reacting differently when they show up. You'll know you've healed when you can remember something painful without feeling the same ache. When you can think, that happened and I survived. Healing is not instant, it's slow. It's like learning to walk again after falling too many times. But every small step forward counts. It also helps to change your environment when you're trying to move on. Keep the lessons, but release the triggers. Sometimes you need to let go of old places, old conversations, even old versions of yourself. You're not that person anymore. Stop punishing yourself for who you were when you didn't know better. You've grown, you're learning, you're evolving. Let yourself become new. Letting go doesn't mean the pain never mattered. It means it matters differently now. It becomes part of your story, not your identity. You can talk about it with strength instead of shame. You can use it to help others. The scars don't disappear. They just stop hurting. They become proof that you've lived, that you've fallen and risen again. There's peace waiting for you on the other side of release. You just have to take the step. The first step is acceptance, saying it happened. I can't change it, but I can change how I carry it. The second step is forgiveness, telling yourself I deserve peace. The third is focus, turning your eyes from the past to the present, where your power actually lives. Don't let your past define your future. The version of you who made those mistakes no longer exists. You've learned too much to be that person again. That's the beauty of growth. You outgrow the pain that once controlled you. You can't rewrite yesterday, but you can rewrite tomorrow, and the moment you stop letting your past steal your present, your life begins to transform. Every person who has reinvented themselves has had to do this. They've had to grieve old versions of themselves. They've had to face what hurt them, forgive, and move forward. That's how rebirth works. You have to die to who you were to become who you're meant to be. It's not easy, but it's necessary. You can't carry yesterday into tomorrow and expect to move fast. Today, take a deep breath and say this to yourself: I'm done reliving what I can't change. I'm ready to move forward. Say it again until it feels real. You're not running away from your past. You're walking toward your future. You're not denying your pain. You're outgrowing it. You're not losing your story. You're rewriting it from a place of strength. Every great comeback begins with release. Every new beginning starts with an ending. You are not broken. You're being rebuilt. And once you let go of what's behind you, your hands will finally be free to grab what's next. Day 5. Creating a vision for the life you want. You can't build a life you love if you don't know what it looks like. That's why having a vision is so important. A clear vision gives directions. It gives purpose to your days. It turns confusion into focus and turns ordinary choices into meaningful steps. Without a vision, you drift through life, reacting to whatever happens. With one, you wake up every day with a reason to move forward. Today is about creating that vision, the blueprint of the life you truly want. Most people never take the time to imagine their ideal life. They go through routines, following patterns that others created for them. They work, eat, scroll, sleep, repeat. They call it living, but it's more like surviving. They settle for good enough because they've forgotten what great feels like. But deep down, there's a part of you that knows you're meant for more. You feel it when life gets quiet. You feel it when you see someone doing something you wish you could do. That's not jealousy. It's recognition. It's your soul reminding you of what you could be. Creating a vision doesn't start with knowing how to get there. It starts with knowing what you want. Too often, people stop themselves by saying, I don't know how, but no one starts with the how. The how comes after the why. You don't need all the answers yet. You just need clarity about where your heart wants to go. Vision is like a map. Even if the roads aren't clear yet, you at least know the destination. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine your best self a year from now. Picture the life you'd be proud to live. Where are you waking up? What kind of work are you doing? How do you feel when you look in the mirror? Who are the people around you? What habits shape your day? Don't rush it. See it clearly. Feel it like it's already happening. That image is your vision. That's the life you're going to build, piece by piece, day by day. The clearer your vision, the stronger your motivation becomes. When you know what you're working toward, even the hard days make sense. You stop quitting when things get tough, because you understand what's at stake. You realize that every small step connects to something bigger. That's what gives you drive. That's what separates people who wander from people who rise. But having a vision is not about chasing perfection. It's about direction. Your life doesn't need to look flawless. It just needs to feel aligned. You can change your vision as you grow. What matters is that you always have one, because without a destination, even your progress can start to feel meaningless. A vision gives your effort purpose. Sometimes people avoid creating a vision because they're afraid to dream. They've been disappointed before. They've set goals that failed, so now they protect themselves from hope. But hope is not your enemy. Fear is. Hope is what helps you rise again. It's what makes you believe that tomorrow can be better than today. When you stop dreaming, you stop growing. When you dare to dream again, you begin to heal. Your vision should come from your heart, not your ego. It's not about proving anything to anyone. It's not about money, status, or validation. It's about fulfillment. What would make you feel alive? What kind of work would make you proud? What kind of person do you want to be when no one's watching? When your vision comes from your soul, not society, it stays strong even when life gets tough. Once you see your vision clearly, you can start shaping your reality around it. Your habits, your environment, your relationships, they all start to change. You begin making choices that align with your direction. That's when real transformation begins. It's not magic, it's alignment. When what you think, say, and do are in harmony, life feels smoother. Opportunities start appearing because you're finally walking toward them. You don't have to know the full picture yet. Just paint the first few strokes. Write it down. Describe your ideal day, your ideal lifestyle, your ideal self. Don't limit it with logic. Don't tell yourself it's impossible. The moment you write it, you've already begun creating it. The mind believes what you feed it. When you feed it a clear vision, it begins to look for ways to make it real. Here's something to understand. Your brain loves direction. It works like a GPS. When you give it a destination, it starts finding routes to get there. Without one, it just drives in circles. That's why people who have a clear vision seem lucky. They're not lucky, they're focused. Their energy goes where it matters. The world responds to that energy. Your vision should excite you and scare you at the same time. If it's too small, it won't move you. If it's too big, it might feel impossible. But that's good. Big dreams stretch your limits. They force you to grow. They demand that you become more than you were yesterday. The discomfort you feel when you think about your dream is not fear, it's growth trying to happen. But remember, a vision without action is just a fantasy. Dreaming is the first step, but doing is what makes it real. Don't wait for perfect timing. Start now with what you have. Even small actions matter. Read that book, learn that skill, save that money, make that call. Every move you make, no matter how tiny, sends a message to the universe that you're serious about your vision. The moment you start acting, the world starts aligning. When you face challenges, and you will, your vision will keep you grounded. It will remind you why you began. When things get slow, it will whisper, keep going. When people doubt you, it will say, they can't see what you see. That's the power of vision. It gives you faith when everything else feels uncertain. Some days you'll lose sight of it. You'll get tired, distracted, or discouraged. That's normal. Just come back to it. Read your vision again. Feel it again. Reconnect with your why. That's how you stay on track. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to keep returning to your direction. Your life will always move toward the picture you hold in your mind. So make sure that picture is beautiful. Don't waste your imagination on fear or limitation. Use it to create something that makes you proud. The version of you that's waiting in your future deserves that. And here's the truth. Your vision doesn't just change your life, it changes the lives of the people around you. When you grow, you inspire others to do the same. When you live with purpose, you become a reminder that it's possible. Your light helps others find theirs. That's how one person's vision can start a chain reaction of change. So today, take time to create that picture. Write it, draw it, speak it, see it. Don't worry about how long it takes. What matters is that you believe it's possible. Because once you believe, your actions will follow. And when your actions follow, your life will begin to shift, slowly, quietly, beautifully toward the vision you created. By the end of these 30 days, this vision will feel closer than ever. You'll start to recognize yourself in it. You'll realize that you didn't just imagine a better life. You built it. One small step, one clear intention, one brave decision at a time. Day 6. Designing daily habits that shape your future. Your future isn't built in one big moment. It's built in small choices, repeated every single day. What you do daily, not occasionally, shapes who you become. That's why habits matter more than goals. Goals give you direction. Habits give you momentum. Today is about learning how to design habits that build your future, habits that move you closer to the life you want, one quiet action at a time. We often think success comes from huge decisions or dramatic effort. But the truth is, it's the small things done consistently that make the biggest difference. A person who reads 10 minutes a day will be wiser a year from now. Someone who saves a little every week will feel secure later. Someone who practices gratitude daily will feel happier without even realizing why. Small, repeated actions create invisible progress until one day it becomes visible. The problem is that most people underestimate small habits. They say things like, "It's just one day," or "It won't matter if I skip it." But every small decision adds up. Every skipped day is a vote for the old you, and every completed day is a vote for the new you. You become what you repeatedly do. Your habits are not just actions, they are the proof of what you believe about yourself. If you want to change your life, you have to change your daily patterns. Think about your current habits. Some of them serve you, some hold you back. The key is to become aware of both. You can't change what you don't notice. Pay attention to what you do from morning to night. What do you do when you wake up? How do you spend your free time? What habits take your energy, and which ones give it back? Awareness is the first step in designing a better life. Once you see your patterns clearly, you can start shaping them. The goal is not to do everything perfectly, it's to make small improvements every day. Start with one simple change. Maybe it's waking up 15 minutes earlier. Maybe it's drinking more water. Maybe it's writing down 3 things you're grateful for. It doesn't have to be complicated. Simplicity is what makes habits last. Habits are like seeds. They take time to grow. At first, they feel small and invisible. You won't see results immediately, and that's where most people give up. They expect instant progress and get discouraged when change doesn't show fast enough. But real transformation happens quietly, beneath the surface. Every small, repeated action builds strength and identity until one day it becomes automatic. That's when you know a habit is working, when it becomes part of who you are, not something you have to force. The secret to building habits that last is consistency, not intensity. Doing a little every day beats doing a lot once in a while. If you want to get fit, walk daily instead of running once a month. If you want to grow your mind, read 10 pages instead of waiting for a weekend to binge learn. It's not about doing more, it's about doing something every day. Consistency compounds. It turns effort into excellence. Another secret is to design your environment to support your habits. Your surroundings influence your behavior more than your willpower does. If your phone is the first thing you see in the morning, you'll check it. If your workout clothes are ready by the bed, you'll move. Make good habits easy and bad habits hard. You don't have to fight your environment, you can make it work for you. It's also important to connect your habits to your identity. Instead of saying, "I'm trying to be healthier," say, "I'm someone who takes care of their body." Instead of, "I want to be a reader," say, "I'm the kind of person who reads." When you identify with your habit, it becomes part of your self-image. You're no longer forcing yourself, you're just being yourself. That shift changes everything. Habits also thrive on reward. The human brain loves progress. Each time you complete a habit, give yourself a small sense of success. It could be checking a box, celebrating mentally, or just acknowledging, "I did it." That feeling of progress reinforces the behavior. You start looking forward to it. Over time, the habit stops being a task and starts being a part of your rhythm. Don't forget, bad habits are just old coping mechanisms. You built them for a reason, maybe to feel safe, distracted, or comforted, but now they no longer serve you. Don't hate them, replace them. Every time you remove a bad habit, fill the space with a positive one. If you stop scrolling at night, replace it with reading. If you stop complaining, replace it with gratitude. Nature hates a vacuum. Your mind is the same. Replace before you remove. Remember that failure is part of habit building. You'll miss days. You'll break streaks. But missing once doesn't mean you failed. What matters is what you do next. Missing one day is a slip. Missing two becomes a pattern. Get back on track quickly. Progress isn't about being perfect. It's about never giving up. Every time you return, you strengthen your resilience. Habits also work best when you attach them to something you already do. This is called habit stacking. For example, after brushing your teeth, you might drink a glass of water. After finishing breakfast, you might read for 5 minutes. Attaching a new habit to an old one makes it easier to remember and sustain. It becomes part of a flow, not an interruption. When you repeat a habit long enough, it rewires your brain. Your neural pathways become stronger, making the action automatic. This is why habits are so powerful. They take your effort and turn it into instinct. You don't have to think about it anymore. Your brain does it for you. That's how discipline eventually feels like freedom. You're no longer fighting your impulses. You've trained them to work in your favor. The people who reinvent their lives don't have more time or luck. They just have better habits. They wake up early, plan their days, feed their minds, and keep moving even when they don't feel like it. They understand that small wins each day create big change over time. You can do the same. You don't need to do everything right, just keep doing something right. Here's a truth most people overlook. Your habits reveal your future. If you want to know where your life is heading, look at your daily actions. Do they match your goals? Are they leading you closer or further away? If not, this is your chance to redesign them. You have complete control over your patterns. You don't need permission to start fresh. Today, choose 3 simple habits that support your vision from day 5. They don't need to be dramatic. They just need to matter. For example, if your vision is to be healthier, start by walking for 10 minutes daily. If your vision is to be financially stable, start tracking your spending. If your vision is peace of mind, begin journaling or meditating for 5 minutes. Don't underestimate these tiny actions. They're the bricks of your future. When you keep showing up for yourself daily, you build self-trust. You start believing your own promises again. You stop saying, "I'll try," and start saying, "I do." That shift is the foundation of confidence. It's not magic, it's repetition. Confidence is built, not born, and habits are how you build it. So, design your days with intention. Don't let them slip away unconsciously. Every morning, remind yourself, your future is being built right now. Every choice counts. Every action matters. Your habits are writing your story even when no one's watching. Make sure it's a story you'll be proud to read later. When you look back a year from now, you'll see that everything changed, not because of luck, but because you chose better habits. The difference between who you are now and who you want to be is hidden in your daily routines. Design them wisely, protect them fiercely, and practice them patiently. The small things you do today will become the big things that define your future. Day 7. How to stay focused in a world full of distractions. Focus is a superpower now. In a world full of noise, constant notifications, and endless scrolling, the ability to stay focused is what separates those who move forward from those who stay stuck. Everyone wants success, but very few are able to give their full attention to something long enough to see it grow. Distraction is easy. Focus is rare. Today is about learning how to protect your attention like it's the most valuable thing you own, because it is. Everywhere you go, something is fighting for your focus. Your phone lights up, your mind jumps from one thing to another. The internet never stops calling your name. You tell yourself you'll check one message, then find yourself lost for an hour. You promise you'll start your work, but somehow you're watching random videos or reading things that don't matter. It happens to everyone, not because we're lazy, but because the world is designed to steal our attention. Attention is energy. Wherever you place it, that part of your life grows. If your attention is scattered, your growth will be too. If your attention is focused, your growth will multiply. That's why successful people seem calm while everyone else feels rushed. They control their focus, they decide what deserves their attention and what doesn't. You can do that too, but first you need to understand what's stealing your energy. The biggest distraction isn't your phone or social media, it's your thoughts. You can turn off your phone, but you can't turn off your mind. It jumps between the past and the future, rarely staying in the present. You replay old mistakes or worry about things that haven't even happened. That mental noise is the real thief of focus. You can't move forward when your mind is stuck somewhere else. Focus starts with presence. It's about bringing your mind back to this moment, again and again. When you're focused, you feel alive. You notice details. You create deeper work. You feel time differently. It slows down, and everything feels clear. That's the state where great things happen, but it takes practice. Your brain isn't used to stillness. It craves stimulation. Every scroll, every click releases a small hit of dopamine. It's addictive. The more you feed it, the shorter your attention span becomes, but the opposite is also true. The more you train your focus, the stronger it gets. To regain your focus, start with your environment. You can't expect to stay concentrated in chaos. Clear your space. Remove what doesn't need to be there. If your desk is full of distractions, your mind will be too. Create a space that tells your brain, "This is where I focus." It doesn't have to be perfect, just intentional. When you sit there, your mind will slowly learn that it's time to work, not wander. Next, give your focus a target. Your brain can't stay still unless it knows what it's working toward. Each day, choose 1 or 2 important things that truly matter. Not 10. Not a long to-do list that drains your energy before you begin. Just 1 or 2. When you try to do everything, you end up doing nothing well. But when you focus on less, you achieve more. Clarity beats effort every time. Your phone is both your best tool and your biggest enemy. If you don't control it, it will control you. Every notification pulls you away from your priorities and makes you start again. Each time that happens, your brain loses momentum. Studies show that after a single distraction, it can take up to 20 minutes to regain full focus. That's how hours disappear without you realizing. The solution is simple: turn things off. Airplane mode is not your enemy, it's your freedom. You don't need to cut yourself off from the world forever. You just need to set boundaries, schedule moments for connection, and protect moments for creation. Don't mix them. When you work, work. When you rest, rest. When you scroll, do it consciously. Not as an escape, but as a choice. Most people live in reaction. You can live in intention. You decide where your time goes, or someone else will. Another enemy of focus is multitasking. It feels productive, but it's not. Your brain can't truly do 2 things at once. It just switches fast between them. That switching wastes energy and reduces performance. When you multitask, you get more tired and achieve less. The secret is to go all in on one thing at a time. Give it your full presence. You'll finish faster and you'll do it better. Focus also grows when you learn to manage your mind. Your brain will wander. It's what brains do. The goal isn't to stop it. The goal is to notice when it drifts and gently bring it back. Like a muscle, focus gets stronger every time you pull it back. You can train it through mindfulness, journaling, or deep breathing. Even 2 minutes of awareness each day can help you regain control over your thoughts. You begin to realize that not every impulse deserves your attention. Distraction often hides something deeper, Sometimes we stay distracted because focus forces us to face ourselves. When you sit still, your fears, doubts, and insecurities rise to the surface. It's easier to scroll than to feel. It's easier to avoid your dreams than to risk failing at them. But that's exactly why you must learn to stay. Sit with your discomfort. Let it teach you something. Discomfort is where transformation begins. When you train yourself to focus, you gain something most people never experience. Flow. Flow is when your mind and your work become one. Time fades. Doubt disappears. You're not forcing yourself anymore. You're simply being. That's when creativity, learning, and growth happen effortlessly. Flow isn't luck. It's built through focus, one distraction resisted at a time. It also helps to align your focus with your purpose. When what you're doing truly matters to you, it becomes easier to stay engaged. You don't have to force motivation when your heart is involved. That's why it's important to build your life around things that matter. You can't stay focused on something you don't care about. Purpose gives you emotional energy, and emotional energy fuels focus. Sleep, nutrition, and rest also play a huge role. A tired mind can't focus, no matter how hard you try. Taking care of your body is part of mental focus. Rest is not a reward, it's maintenance. When you rest well, your brain recharges. You think clearer, feel calmer, and perform better. You can't build a sharp mind on an exhausted body. Another thing that strengthens focus is saying no. Every time you say yes to something unimportant, you're saying no to your priorities. Not every opportunity deserves your time. Not every message deserves a reply. Protect your focus like it's sacred, because it is. The world will try to pull you in every direction, but you don't have to go. You have the right to choose where your attention lives. You'll notice that the more focused you become, the simpler life feels. You stop chasing too many things. You stop feeling overwhelmed. You start valuing depth over noise. You learn that it's not about doing more, it's about doing what matters. That shift changes everything. It gives you peace in a noisy world. Today, try this. Choose one thing you'll give your full attention to for the next hour. No distractions, no interruptions, just you and the task. Notice how your mind tries to escape. Notice how it resists. But also notice how, after a while, it calms down. You'll feel a sense of quiet power. That's focus returning home. Practice this daily, and you'll see how much your clarity and productivity grow. The truth is, distraction will always exist. The world isn't going to get quieter. You have to get stronger. Focus isn't about controlling everything around you. It's about mastering your inner world. When your mind is steady, the noise loses its power. You start living with intention instead of reaction. That's how you take your power back. If you want to reinvent your life, you must learn to focus deeply. Because what you focus on expands. When you focus on problems, they grow. When you focus on progress, it grows. The choice is always yours. Guard your focus like your future depends on it. Because it does. Your life will change the moment you decide to stop feeding distractions and start feeding your dreams. The same time you spend scrolling, you could use to build something lasting. The same energy you spend worrying, you could use to create a world rewards those who can focus when everyone else is distracted. Be that person. Be the one who stays steady while others drift. So today, choose to be intentional. Choose silence over noise, purpose over impulse, creation over consumption. Your future self is waiting on the other side of your focus. Every moment you protect it, you build a life that's more peaceful, more productive, and more powerful. This is how you take back control in a distracted world, not by doing more, but by giving your full attention to what truly matters. Day 8. Overcoming laziness and taking action. Laziness is not always about being lazy. It's often about being stuck. You're not tired. You're unmotivated. You're not weak. You're unsure where to begin. Everyone feels lazy sometimes, even the most successful people. But the difference between those who move forward and those who stay still is simple. One acts, the other waits. Today is about breaking the pattern of waiting and learning how to move, even when you don't feel like it. Laziness usually hides something deeper. It's not a personality, it's a signal. Maybe you're overwhelmed. Maybe you're afraid of failing. Maybe you've lost the excitement you once had. When your mind feels lost, your body follows. That's why the cure for laziness isn't more guilt, it's more clarity. When you know what you're doing and why it matters, action starts to feel easier. Think about the last time you felt truly alive, when you were excited about something, even if it was small. Maybe it was a project, an idea, or a plan. In that moment, you didn't have to force effort. You just did it because it meant something to you. That's what motivation really is, energy that comes from purpose. The problem is most people wait for that feeling before they act. But action doesn't come after motivation. Motivation comes after action. The hardest part of anything is starting. The mind builds resistance before you even begin. It tells you, you're too tired, or you can do it tomorrow. It gives you 100 excuses, and each one feels real. But once you take the first small step, everything changes. Your brain shifts from thinking to doing, and the resistance weakens. That's the magic of movement. It kills laziness faster than any motivational speech ever could. Start small. If you need to write, just open the document. If you need to clean, just start with one corner. If you need to exercise, just put on your shoes. The key is not to think about the entire task, just the first step. Action creates momentum. Once you're in motion, you'll want to keep going. The first 5 minutes are the hardest, but after that, your brain begins to cooperate. Laziness also grows from perfectionism. You tell yourself you'll start when everything's ready, when you have more time, more energy, or the perfect plan. But perfection is an illusion. There will never be a perfect time, and you'll never feel completely ready. Waiting for perfect kills more dreams than failure ever will. Start now, messy and unprepared. Progress loves imperfection because it means you're learning. Sometimes, laziness comes from low energy, not low ambition. Your body and mind need fuel to move. If you're exhausted, no amount of willpower will help. Take care of your sleep, your diet, and your rest. A tired mind finds every excuse not to act, but a healthy one looks for opportunity. The goal isn't to push yourself endlessly, it's to build energy that supports your goals. You also need to understand that the more you delay action, the harder it becomes. The mind builds walls with every delay. The longer you wait, the heavier the start feels. That's why successful people move fast. They don't wait to feel ready. They begin while the idea is fresh. They know that speed beats perfection. Once you start, clarity follows. Once you act, motivation wakes up. A big reason people stay lazy is fear. Fear of effort, fear of failure, fear of judgment. You tell yourself, what's the point? Or I'll probably mess it up. But effort is never wasted. Even if you fail, you gain strength. You learn, you grow. Every time you take action, you build confidence. Confidence doesn't come from success, it comes from effort. You can't think your way into courage. You have to act your way into it. Another hidden cause of laziness is comfort. Your brain loves comfort because it feels safe. It wants to keep you in familiar places, even if those places keep you small. That's why change feels hard. It's uncomfortable, but growth and comfort can't live together. You can't build a new life with the same habits that built the old one. Every time you choose comfort over challenge, you're choosing to stay the same. Every time you choose action, even a small one, you're rewriting your story. You don't need to make huge leaps. Just move a little more than yesterday. Take one small action, then another. Each one adds up. The brain rewards motion with energy. The more you do, the more alive you feel. The less you do, the heavier everything becomes. Action is the cure for laziness. It's the switch that turns your power back on. Think of your day as a series of small moments of choice. Each time you face resistance, you have two options: feed the old pattern or build the new one. Each time you move, even slightly, you prove to yourself that you're stronger than your excuses. That's how self-discipline grows, not overnight, but decision by decision. You might think some people are naturally disciplined, but that's not true. They've just practiced moving, even when they didn't feel like it. They've learned to stop negotiating with their mind. When their thoughts say, "I don't want to," they answer, "Do it anyway." That simple mindset shift turns ordinary people into extraordinary achievers. You don't need to feel like it, you just need to start. Feelings catch up with action. Laziness also fades when you reconnect with your vision. If you don't know what you're working toward, effort feels meaningless. Go back to your Day 5 vision. Remind yourself why you started this journey. Ask yourself, what kind of life am I trying to build? When your purpose feels clear, action becomes natural. You no longer force discipline. You follow desire. Accountability helps too. Tell someone about your goal. Share your progress. Humans are social creatures. We're more likely to follow through when someone's watching. You can also keep a daily log. Write what you did today, even if it's small. Seeing your effort in writing makes it real. It reminds you that you're moving forward, even on slow days. It's also important to reward yourself. Laziness fades faster when effort feels good. Celebrate small wins. Acknowledge progress. You don't need to wait until the end to feel proud. Every time you act when you could have delayed, you deserve to feel proud. That pride builds momentum. Momentum kills laziness. But don't mistake rest for laziness. Sometimes you're not lazy, you're burned out. There's a difference. Laziness feels empty. Burnout feels drained. If your body is asking for rest, listen to it. You can't pour energy from an empty cup, but after you rest, return. Don't let recovery turn into avoidance. Rest to recharge, not to escape. Taking action is a skill, and like any skill, it gets easier with practice. The more you do, the less resistance you feel. Over time, your brain starts trusting you. It learns that when you say you'll do something, you mean it. That's when effort becomes habit, and habit becomes identity. You're no longer someone who's trying to be disciplined. You are disciplined. That's who you've become. Laziness loses power when you realize how short life is. You don't have endless time. Every day you waste is a day you don't get back. The dreams you delay will stay dreams if you keep waiting for the right moment. The truth is, there is no right moment. There's only now, and now is enough to begin. So today, do something, anything, that moves you forward. Don't overthink it. Don't plan it for later. Just start. Because action creates momentum, and momentum changes everything. One small step today can change the entire direction of your life. When you start living this way, laziness stops being a problem. It becomes irrelevant. Because once you taste the feeling of progress, once you feel what it's like to move toward your goals, you'll never want to stop again. You are not lazy. You are capable, creative, and powerful. You just need to remind yourself by acting. The more you move, the more you'll believe it. And one day soon, you'll look back and realize that the version of you who used to procrastinate is gone, replaced by someone who acts, someone who leads, someone who builds. Today, take that first step. Don't wait for motivation. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Just start. Because once you do, you'll see that action, not thinking, not wishing, action is what truly changes everything. Day 9. Building confidence through small wins. Confidence isn't something you're born with. It's something you build. Most people wait for confidence before they act, but that's not how it works. Confidence doesn't come first. Action does. You earn confidence by doing things that once scared you. You grow it by keeping promises to yourself. And the best way to build it is through small wins, tiny victories that prove you're capable, little by little, day by day. People often think confidence means never doubting yourself. But real confidence is different. It's not the absence of doubt, it's the decision to move forward, even with it. Everyone feels nervous before trying something new. Everyone questions themselves sometimes. The difference between confident people and everyone else is that they don't let that doubt decide their actions. They do it anyway. That's what builds strength. Small wins are powerful because they're believable. When you set huge goals, your brain gets overwhelmed. It doesn't trust that it's possible yet. But when you set small goals, something you can finish today, your brain gets proof. It sees success. It says, I did it. That single thought changes everything. One small victory starts a chain reaction. The more proof you collect, the stronger your belief becomes. Confidence grows through evidence, not imagination. Think about it like building a wall. Every small win is a brick. One brick doesn't look like much. But if you keep laying them, one day you'll look up and realize you've built something solid. That's how confidence feels. It's not about hype or pretending. It's about showing yourself through action that you can handle more than you thought. Start small. If you want to be confident in speaking, talk a little more today than yesterday. If you want to be confident in fitness, just show up. Don't wait to feel ready. Read one page, send one message, take one step. Small wins might seem tiny, but they build momentum. The energy from one success makes the next one easier. Before you know it, small steps turn into big results. Confidence isn't about being perfect. It's about progress. Every mistake teaches you something. Every attempt gives you experience. Confidence is built when you stop running from failure and start learning from it. The more you try, the more familiar things feel, and the less fear controls you. You stop asking, can I, and start saying, I've done this before. That's how you shift from doubt to belief. Most people destroy their confidence by focusing only on what they haven't done. They look at their long to-do list and feel behind. But confidence grows when you focus on what you've achieved, not what's missing. Every evening, look back and notice your wins, no matter how small. You didn't skip your workout. You sent that email. You learned something new. You followed through on your word. These moments count. They're your foundation. It's easy to think small wins don't matter because they don't make headlines. But the truth is, every great achievement is built on quiet victories that no one sees. The writer who finishes a book starts with a single page. The runner who crosses the finish line started with one step. The confident person who walks on stage once whispered to themselves, I can do this. Confidence doesn't appear one day. It's built moment by moment through repetition and courage. Your mind listens to your actions more than your words. You can tell yourself, I'm confident 1,000 times, but if your actions say otherwise, your brain won't believe you. Confidence is not affirmations, it's alignment. It's when your actions match your intentions. Every time you show up for yourself, your mind takes note. It begins to trust you again. That trust is confidence. You also build confidence by keeping promises to yourself. When you say you'll do something and you actually do it, you prove you can rely on you. Most people don't lack talent, they lack self-trust. They've broken so many promises to themselves that they no longer believe their own words. That's why small wins matter. They rebuild that trust. When you say, I'll wake up early, and you do, your brain learns to believe you again. Confidence is just self-trust repeated many times. Comparison kills confidence faster than failure. You might look at others and think they're ahead, smarter or luckier, but you're not seeing their journey. You're seeing their highlight. Everyone started somewhere. The people you admire once doubted themselves too. They built their confidence step by step, just like you will. Focus on your path, not theirs. Your small wins matter even if they don't look like anyone else's. Sometimes, confidence fades because of your environment. If you're surrounded by negativity, it's hard to believe in yourself. Protect your energy. Stay around people who encourage you, not those who drain you. Find friends who celebrate your wins, not question them. You don't have to explain your dreams to everyone, just build them quietly. Let your results speak later. Confidence also grows when you stop waiting for validation. Don't wait for someone else to tell you you're doing great. Tell yourself, be your own source of encouragement. You know how hard you're trying. You know the effort you're putting in. Be proud of it. Pride in effort is not arrogance. It's self-respect. You're not being egotistical for celebrating yourself. You're giving yourself permission to grow. Fear of failure will always whisper in the background, but you can train your mind to see failure differently. Failure isn't proof that you're not good enough. It's proof that you're trying. The only people who never fail are the ones who never try. Each failure gives you feedback. It teaches you something that success can't. The more you fail, the more fearless you become. That's real confidence, knowing you can survive anything. Confidence is also a daily decision. You won't feel powerful every morning, and that's okay. Some days you'll feel unsure. Some days you'll question yourself again. That doesn't mean you've lost confidence, it just means you're human. The key is to act anyway. Each time you do, you remind yourself that emotions don't control you. You control them. Think of your confidence like a muscle. You have to train it. You can't just read about it, you have to lift it daily. Every small action that challenges your comfort zone is a rep. Speaking up, showing up, staying consistent, they all make your inner strength grow. You may not notice it immediately, but it's happening. Over time, that quiet strength becomes visible. Your goal today isn't to feel unstoppable. It's to take one small action that proves you're capable. That's how you build confidence that lasts. You can't fake it. You can only earn it, and every small win is a deposit in that account. The more deposits you make, the richer your belief becomes. So today, do something that pushes you just a little outside your comfort zone. Speak when you'd normally stay silent. Try something new even if you're unsure. Finish something you started. Each act of courage adds to your confidence bank. Soon, you'll realize that you no longer need to pretend you've become the person you were trying to be. Confidence isn't loud. It's quiet. It's not shouting, "I can do anything." It's whispering, "I'll handle it." It's a calm strength that grows from proof, not pretending. And every small win you create today is a reminder that you can trust yourself to keep going. The more you act, the more evidence you build. The more evidence you build, the stronger your confidence becomes. One day, you'll look back and see that the person who used to doubt everything is gone, replaced by someone steady, someone brave, someone who believes, not because they were told to, but because they've proven it to themselves again and again. Your future confidence starts today with one small win, so take it. Do something you've been delaying. Begin before you feel ready. You'll surprise yourself with how far a single step can take you. Day 10. Dealing with failure without losing hope. Failure hurts. It makes you question yourself. It makes you wonder if you're even meant to keep going. It feels like a heavy pause between who you were and who you hoped to be. But what if failure isn't the end? What if it's actually the beginning? Today is about learning to face failure with courage, to see it for what it truly is, not a dead end, but a doorway to growth. Everyone fails. Every successful person you admire has fallen, often more than once. The difference between them and everyone else is that they didn't let failure stop them. They used it, they studied it, they grew from it, they turned their pain into power. Failure didn't break them. It built them. And it can build you too. The truth is, failure is not the opposite of success. It's a part of success. Every lesson, every skill, every victory you'll ever have will come from moments when things didn't go as planned. The only people who never fail are the ones who never try. So if you're failing, it means you're in the game. It means you're brave enough to take risks, to dream, to do something most people are too afraid to do. You should be proud of that. Failure feels painful because it touches your identity. When something you worked for doesn't work out, it feels like you failed. But that's not true. You are not your results. You're a learner, not a loser. Failure is feedback. It tells you what didn't work, not who you are. The moment you separate your worth from your mistakes, failure becomes easier to face. You can analyze it, learn from it, and move on without shame. Most people let failure shrink them. They stop trying, stop believing, stop hoping. They start saying things like, maybe it wasn't meant to be, or I guess I'm not that kind of person. But failure only has power if you give it meaning. You can decide what it means. It can mean you're not good enough, or it can mean you're learning something valuable. The event doesn't define you, your response does. Every failure carries a message. It's there to show you where to adjust, where to grow, where to get better. Maybe you need more patience. Maybe you need to change your strategy. Maybe you need to believe in yourself a little longer. Failure speaks the language of progress, but you have to listen without ego. If you can face failure with humility, it becomes your best teacher. It's normal to feel disappointed. You don't have to pretend it doesn't hurt. Feel the frustration. Let yourself process it. But don't unpack and live there. Don't let temporary emotions create permanent limits. Grieve, then get up. The faster you stand again, the faster life starts moving forward. Resilience is not about never falling. It's about rising faster every time you do. Think about a child learning to walk. They fall hundreds of times, but they don't quit. They don't say, walking isn't for me. They just keep trying until they figure it out. And every fall teaches them balance. You were that child once. You had that same courage. You still do. You just forgot. Failure is not a sign to stop. It's a sign to keep adjusting until you find your rhythm again. Sometimes failure happens not because you did something wrong, but because you needed to be redirected. Life has a strange way of guiding you where you need to be. You might think you failed at one thing, only to discover it led you to something better. What feels like rejection is often redirection. You just can't see the full picture yet. But one day you'll look back and realize that failure was part of your path all along. Hope is what keeps you moving through failure. Hope is quiet, but powerful. It's that small voice inside that says, try again. When everything feels dark, hope is the light you carry. You don't need to have everything figured out. You just need to believe that your story isn't over yet. As long as you hold on to hope, there's always a next chapter waiting. Failure also reveals your strength. When you fail, you discover what you're made of. You find out how much you care, how much you can endure, and how much you're willing to fight for what matters. Every comeback story begins in a moment of defeat. The pain you feel right now is not the end. It's the spark that will push you toward something greater. When you fail, people might doubt you. Some will say you should give up. Some will disappear. That's okay, let them. The only opinion that truly matters is the one you have of yourself. As long as you believe, you're not done. Every great success story once looked impossible. The people who win are the ones who keep showing up long after the excitement fades. It's easy to stay positive when everything's working. The real test comes when nothing is. That's when character is built. That's when you decide whether you're serious or just interested. Anyone can act confident when things are easy. Real strength shows when you keep moving through disappointment, through silence, through doubt. That's where winners are made, in the quiet moments no one sees. Sometimes you'll fail repeatedly before you get it right, and that's okay. The more you fail, the more refined you become. Each attempt removes what doesn't work, bringing you closer to what does. You're not starting from zero, you're starting from experience. Every setback has made you wiser, tougher, more aware. Failure doesn't erase your progress, it builds it. Don't compare your timeline to someone else's. Success doesn't happen at the same speed for everyone. Some people take longer to bloom, and that's fine. A flower doesn't rush because another one has already opened. Your season will come when you're ready. Keep growing quietly, keep showing up. Your breakthrough might be closer than you think. It also helps to remember that success often hides failure beneath it. Every artist, entrepreneur, athlete, and creator you admire has a list of failures behind their achievements. They just don't always talk about it. What you see as confidence was built through countless moments of doubt. What you see as skill was built through mistakes. They're not different from you, they just refuse to stop. When failure happens, instead of asking why me, ask what is this teaching me? That one question changes everything. It shifts you from victim to student, from pain to power. It gives you control again. You can't always choose what happens, but you can always choose your response, and your response determines your future. Don't let failure make you smaller. Let it stretch you. Let it remind you that you're still alive, still learning, still trying. The fact that you care enough to feel pain means you're still in the game. You haven't given up. That alone is strength. Hope is built the same way confidence is, through small steps. Each time you get back up, you prove to yourself that you can. Each time you try again, you rebuild your belief. Failure can break you only if you stop believing in your comeback. But if you keep moving, even slowly, you win. So if you've failed recently, don't hide from it. Own it, study it, learn from it, then move forward with even more wisdom. Every failure carries a seed of success, but you have to plant it. You have to keep watering it with patience, effort, and hope. And one day, that seed will bloom into something beautiful, something that only you could have grown. You're not defined by how many times you fall, but by how many times you rise. Every time you stand again, you become stronger, wiser, and more unstoppable. The world doesn't need you to be perfect. It needs you to keep trying. Because someone out there will be inspired by your comeback, by your resilience, by your courage to continue. Failure doesn't mean the story is over. It just means there's a plot twist. And maybe, just maybe, this twist is leading you towards something better than you planned. So don't give up. Take a breath, stand tall, and try again. The comeback is always stronger than the setback. Day 11. Mastering self-discipline. Doing what needs to be done. Self-discipline is not about being perfect. It's not about being strict, cold, or robotic. It's about doing what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it. It's about showing up when your emotions want to stay in bed. It's the quiet force that builds success behind closed doors, while the rest of the world is distracted. Self-discipline is freedom disguised as effort. You don't build discipline overnight. It's something you grow, one decision at a time. Every time you choose effort over excuses, you strengthen that muscle. Every time you say, "I'll do it later," and still do it now, you prove to yourself that you're in control. Discipline is not punishment. It's self-respect. It's the way you tell yourself, "I deserve the results I want." Most people think motivation will save them. They wait for the right mood, the right day, or a burst of energy to start. But motivation is unreliable. It comes and goes. Self-discipline is what stays. It's what gets you out of bed when motivation doesn't. It's what makes you keep going when things get hard. The truth is, you can't depend on how you feel. You have to depend on what you've decided. Every time you push through discomfort, you're rewiring your brain. You're teaching it that resistance doesn't control you. Your feelings are temporary, but your goals are permanent. Discipline bridges the gap between them. When you train yourself to act regardless of mood, you become unstoppable. You start moving from emotion-driven to purpose-driven. Discipline isn't about forcing yourself to suffer. It's about making choices that align with your future self. Think about the person you want to become. The one who's confident, healthy, successful, and calm. That person exists on the other side of consistent action. Every time you follow through, you're becoming them. You're stepping into that identity piece by piece. People often say, "I just don't have discipline," as if it's something you're born with. But no one is born disciplined. Everyone starts as a beginner who struggles to stay consistent. The difference is, disciplined people keep practice. They fail, they restart, they fail again, and they keep showing up. Eventually, showing up becomes normal. Discipline turns from effort into habit. You don't need to start huge. Start small. Make one promise to yourself each day. And keep it. Wake up when you said you would. Read a few pages. Go for that walk. It doesn't matter how small the step is. What matters is that you follow through. Every kept promise adds a layer of trust between you and yourself. That trust becomes the foundation of discipline. The reason most people struggle with discipline is because they try to rely on willpower alone. But willpower fades. You can't wake up every day and fight the same battle with your habits forever. You need systems, structures that make doing the right thing easier. If you want to eat better, don't keep junk food nearby. If you want to study, keep your phone away. Make good choices easy and bad choices hard. That's how you win without relying only on motivation. Discipline also means making peace with boredom. Success is not always exciting. Most progress happens in quiet, repetitive moments that no one celebrates. It's in the early mornings, the late nights, the empty rooms. The world might not notice, but your future will. You can't always love the process, but you can learn to respect it. You can show up because you understand that consistency compounds over time. Sometimes you'll feel like you're not moving fast enough. You'll wonder if all this effort is even working. But discipline teaches you patience. It reminds you that growth is invisible before it's obvious. Seeds don't sprout overnight, but they grow every day beneath the soil. The same is true for your progress. Keep showing up, even when you can't see the results yet. They're coming. There's also a simple truth about discipline. Your mind will always look for the easier option. It's built to conserve energy. That's why procrastination feels natural. Your brain says, "Do it later." It sounds harmless, but later becomes never. The secret to discipline is catching that thought and acting anyway. Don't debate, don't wait, just move. The hardest part of any task is starting it. Once you begin, momentum does the rest. Discipline grows stronger when you link it to something meaningful. Ask yourself why you want this. Why do you want to be healthier, smarter, more focused, more consistent? Your why gives discipline a heartbeat. When you know what you're fighting for, you stop looking for shortcuts. You find purpose in the process itself. Purpose gives effort direction. Without it, even small tasks feel heavy. Remember, self-discipline isn't about being hard on yourself. It's about being kind to your future self. When you stay up late scrolling, you're stealing energy from tomorrow. When you show discipline today, you're gifting tomorrow's version of you an easier path. It's an act of love, not control. Discipline is choosing what you want most over what you want now. One trick that helps is the 5-minute rule. When you don't want to start something, tell yourself you'll just do it for 5 minutes. That's it. You'll be surprised how often 5 minutes turn into 30. Action creates energy. Waiting drains it. Don't wait for the perfect time. Create it through movement. Discipline also means learning to say no to distractions, temptations, and even people. Not every opportunity deserves your attention. Not every invitation serves your goals. When you say yes to everything, you end up saying no to yourself. Protect your time like it's gold, because it is. Time is the one thing you can never earn back, and discipline is how you spend it wisely. Some people think discipline means being serious all the time, but discipline actually gives you more freedom. When you take care of your responsibilities first, you earn guilt-free rest. When you stay consistent, you build peace of mind. You stop rushing, stop panicking, stop making excuses. You begin to feel in control again. That calm confidence is the reward of discipline. Failure is part of the process. You'll break promises sometimes. You'll fall back into old habits. But that doesn't mean you've lost discipline. It means you're learning. Forgive yourself quickly and restart immediately. The faster you return, the stronger your discipline becomes. Don't waste time feeling guilty. Guilt keeps you stuck. Action sets you free. Over time, discipline turns into identity. It stops feeling like effort and starts feeling like who you are. You no longer need to push yourself. You just do it because that's what you do. You've trained your mind to act before it argues. That's the level of freedom self-discipline gives. You become the kind of person who doesn't wait for the right moment. You create it. Discipline is the quiet difference between wishing and winning. Everyone has dreams. Few have habits. Dreams inspire you, but habits build you. Every small disciplined action is a vote for your future self. Each time you follow through, you cast another vote for the life you want. Over time, those votes add up to a completely new version of you. So today, don't wait for motivation. Don't overthink. Just do one thing that your future self will thank you for. Maybe it's finishing that task. Maybe it's exercising. Maybe it's reading instead of scrolling. Whatever it is, do it now. Feel the resistance and move anyway. That's discipline, and the more you practice it, the easier it becomes. Discipline won't always feel rewarding in the moment, but it always pays off later. Every act of self-control is an investment. You might not see the return immediately, but it's building something inside you, something unshakable. You'll start to trust yourself more, rely on excuses less, and find peace in knowing you can count on you. That's what real freedom feels like. Not the freedom to do anything you want, but the freedom to do what's right, even when it's hard. That kind of freedom builds confidence, power, and success. And it all starts with one simple choice: to do what needs to be done. So today, make that choice. Don't chase perfection, chase progress. Be the kind of person who keeps promises to themselves, who acts even when it's hard, who moves even when it's uncomfortable, because that's how you build a life you're proud of. One disciplined decision at a time. Day 12, letting go of the past and moving forward. There comes a time in everyone's life when you have to stop looking back. You have to stop replaying old memories, stop reopening old wounds, and stop waiting for something in the past to change. Because it won't. What's done is done. The only power you have now is what you do with this moment, this breath, this step forward. Letting go isn't easy, but it's necessary if you ever want to feel free again. The past has a way of holding on to you, especially when there's pain attached to it. Maybe someone hurt you. Maybe you failed at something that mattered. Maybe life didn't go the way you thought it would, and no matter how much time passes, it still lingers inside you. You replay the scenes, rewrite the conversations, and wonder what you could have done differently. But the truth is, you can't go back. You can only grow. Holding on to pain doesn't change what happened, it just keeps you from healing. It's like carrying a heavy bag everywhere you go. It slows you down, it wears you out, and eventually you forget what it feels like to walk freely. Forgiving the past doesn't mean you approve of it. It doesn't mean you forget. It means you choose peace over pain. You stop letting something that happened years ago control how you feel today. Sometimes we hold on because the pain feels like a part of who we are. You've carried it for so long that you don't know who you'd be without it, but you are not your trauma. You are not your mistakes. You are not your past. You are what you choose to become now. The past shaped you, but it doesn't have to define you. You get to decide who you are from this moment forward. Letting go starts with acceptance. Accept that it happened. Accept that you can't change it. Acceptance doesn't mean surrender. It means truth. It means looking at what is real and saying, this is what it is, and now I'm ready to move on. The more you resist the past, the more power it keeps over you. But when you face it, when you look it in the eye and let it go, it loses its grip. Forgiveness is one of the hardest forms of letting go. It's not just about forgiving others, it's about forgiving yourself. Maybe you made choices you regret. Maybe you hurt someone. Maybe you stayed too long in a situation that broke you. But guilt doesn't fix anything. It only keeps you stuck in shame. Forgive yourself for not knowing better before you did. You're allowed to be human. You're allowed to learn and evolve. When you forgive, you make room for growth. You create space for new experiences to enter your life. You can't plant new seeds in soil filled with old roots. You have to clear it first. That's what letting go does. It clears your emotional space. It gives you permission to breathe again, to love again, to believe again. Sometimes, moving forward means losing people. Not everyone is meant to go where you're going. Some people belong in your story, just not in your future. And that's okay. It doesn't make them bad or you unkind. It just means their chapter in your life has ended. You can love them and still let them go. Growth often looks like walking away quietly, without anger, without drama, just peace. There's something powerful about choosing peace over resentment. When you stop trying to win the past, you start winning the present. You begin to see how much beauty is still left around you. The sun still rises, the world still moves. Life hasn't stopped. It's waiting for you to rejoin it. The moment you stop looking back, your eyes finally open to what's ahead. Letting go doesn't happen in a single moment. It's a process. Some days you'll feel light and free. Other days the memories will come back, and you'll feel the weight again. That's normal. Healing isn't linear. You'll have to remind yourself again and again that the past no longer deserves your energy. It's okay to cry. It's okay to miss what's gone. But it's not okay to live there. You belong here, now. Moving forward requires courage. The courage to trust again, to hope again, to love again. When you've been hurt, trust feels dangerous. But closing yourself off doesn't protect you. It just isolates you. Life is about connection, and connection requires vulnerability. You can't heal by hiding. You heal by showing up again, little by little, stronger each time. The people who move forward aren't the ones who never fall. They're the ones who stop letting the fall define them. They use the pain as fuel. They turn heartbreak into wisdom, failure into focus, and loss into compassion. Every scar becomes a story of survival. You start realizing that what broke you also built you. It made you softer in some ways, stronger in others, and wiser in all. Sometimes the hardest person to let go of is the version of yourself that you used to be. Maybe you miss who you were before the heartbreak, before the failure, before life changed you. But that version of you had to fade for this one to emerge. You've grown, you've learned, you've become more aware, more grounded, more real. You can honor your old self without trying to go back to them. The past is a teacher, not a prison. It gives lessons, not life sentences. Take what it taught you and leave the rest behind. The longer you stay in the past, the less you can see what's coming. The future doesn't live in yesterday's mistakes. It lives in tomorrow's possibilities. Every time you let go of something old, you make space for something new to begin. If you ever find yourself looking back again, don't judge yourself. Just remind yourself gently, that chapter is closed. You can visit the memory, but don't unpack there. You don't need to rewrite the past to find peace. You just need to stop reliving it. Life moves forward, so should you. Start by forgiving what you can. Release what you can't change. Let the past be something you've been through, not something you're still living in. Every morning is a new chance to begin again. You can wake up and decide right now that the old story no longer controls you. You get to write a new one filled with strength, love, and freedom. You don't have to forget where you came from. You just have to stop letting it define where you're going. The pain you've survived has already shaped your character. It doesn't need to shape your future. You've carried enough. It's time to set it down. You can't walk into tomorrow while holding yesterday's weight. Letting go isn't weakness, it's wisdom. It's realizing that not everything is meant to stay. Some things are meant to teach you, change you, and leave. And that's okay. Life isn't about holding on tightly, it's about learning when to release. The moment you do, you'll feel lighter, you'll feel peace, you'll finally feel ready to live again. And when you do, you'll notice something beautiful. The more you let go of what's behind you, the clearer the road ahead becomes. You'll see new chances, new people, new hope. You'll start walking with purpose again, not because the past disappeared, but because it no longer defines you. You're free. The past was a chapter, not the whole book. The story is still being written. You're still here. And that means there's more life waiting for you. New dreams, new love, new strength. But to reach them, you have to move forward. You have to let go, not to forget, but to make room for what's next. So take a deep breath. Exhale the pain. Inhale the future. You are not your mistakes. You are not your memories. You are the author of your next chapter. Let go of what's gone and step boldly into what's coming, because your best days are not behind you. They're waiting ahead, just past the moment you finally release the past and start walking toward them. Day 13, the power of routine and consistency. If there's one secret that separates people who dream from people who achieve, it's consistency. Not talent, not luck. Just showing up, again and again, even when no one is watching. Routines and consistency are what build everything that lasts. They're the silent engines of progress, the quiet habits that shape who you become. Most people underestimate what they can do with small, consistent effort. They believe success comes from big leaps, but it's actually built through steady steps. The world loves to celebrate sudden breakthroughs, but what you don't see is the years of quiet repetition behind them. Every athlete, artist, leader, or creator has one thing in common. They kept showing up when it was hard, when it was boring, when it was invisible. That's what routine gives you. Stability when motivation fades. A good routine doesn't make your life smaller. It makes it stronger. It frees your mind from constant decisions. You no longer waste energy thinking, what should I do today? Because the plan is already in motion. You wake up and act. You trust the process. That structure creates freedom, not restriction. It gives your brain room to focus on growth instead of chaos. Think about how a river shapes a rock. Not through force, but through consistency. Drop by drop, moment by moment, time does what strength cannot. That's what consistency does to your life. It wears away your doubts, sharpens your skills, and builds confidence quietly, until one day you realize you've become unstoppable. You didn't get there by magic. You got there by repeating small actions with purpose. The reason most people struggle to stay consistent is because they chase intensity instead of consistency. They start with excitement, go all in for a few days, then burn out when the feeling fades. But discipline isn't about doing everything at once. It's about doing something every day. Slow progress is still progress. Even the smallest effort counts because it keeps you connected to your goals. Routine gives your life rhythm. It helps you stay grounded when the world feels unpredictable. It becomes your anchor during chaos. On days when your emotions are heavy or your motivation is gone, your routine reminds you who you are. You don't rely on feelings, you rely on habits, and those habits become your strength when life gets hard. If you look at anyone who has achieved something meaningful, you'll see patterns. They wake up with purpose. They follow certain rituals, they repeat the same small things that others ignore. And that repetition compounds over time. Reading a few pages a day turns into wisdom. Writing a few paragraphs turns into a book. Exercising for 20 minutes turns into a stronger body. It's not about doing everything, it's about doing something consistently. Your routine doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be intentional. It's not about following someone else's schedule. It's about creating one that fits your life and goals. Maybe it's waking up early. Maybe it's meditating before bed. Maybe it's spending 30 minutes learning something new. The goal is not to be busy, it's to be consistent in what matters. Consistency also builds trust. When you follow through with your routine, you prove to yourself that you can rely on you, that self-trust is priceless. It's the foundation of confidence. You no longer question whether you'll do what you said. You just do it. You become dependable, not only to others but to yourself. That's the kind of quiet strength that changes everything. At first, building consistency feels hard. Your brain resists new habits because it craves comfort. It will tell you that skipping one day doesn't matter, but it does. Every time you skip, you weaken your momentum. Every time you show up, you strengthen it. The first few days require willpower, but soon your brain adapts. What felt like effort starts to feel natural. The habit becomes part of your identity. It's not about perfection. You will miss days, you'll fall off track. That's part of the process. What matters is how quickly you return. Don't let one missed day turn into a lost week. Don't let guilt slow you down. Consistency is not about never falling. It's about always coming back. Every time you return, you rebuild stronger. Routines also reduce anxiety. When your days have structure, your mind feels calmer. You don't wake up lost or overwhelmed because you know what comes next. That predictability creates peace. You feel in control, you stop reacting to life and start leading it. Routine gives your days a rhythm, and rhythm brings balance. Consistency might look boring from the outside, but it feels powerful on the inside. It gives you momentum, and momentum gives you motivation. Most people think motivation leads to action, but it's the other way around. Action leads to motivation. The more you do, the more energy you have to keep doing. That's how you break laziness and build progress through motion, not waiting. Your routine is proof of your commitment to yourself. When you show up for your goals, even when no one is clapping, you're building something stronger than motivation. You're building character. That quiet, invisible work adds up. It prepares you for opportunities before they arrive, and when they do, you're ready. Not by chance, but by preparation. One powerful thing about consistency is that it compounds. The results don't show immediately. It's like planting seeds. You water them every day, and for weeks, nothing seems to happen. Then one day, growth appears, and it keeps growing, faster and stronger than before. That's the beauty of consistent effort. It multiplies over time. Your routine doesn't have to be strict or complicated. It just needs to move you in the right direction every day. The secret is to make it sustainable. Don't try to build the perfect schedule overnight. Build it slowly, one piece at a time. Let it become part of who you are. Let it fit your life, not fight it. There will be days when you don't want to follow it. That's normal. You're human. But those are the days that matter most. When you show up despite not wanting to, that's when real transformation happens. Anyone can act when they feel like it. Few can act when they don't. That's where greatness hides, in the boring, consistent repetition that no one else notices. Consistency also builds identity. The more you repeat an action, the more your mind believes, this is who I am. You don't have to force change anymore. You become the change. You stop trying to be disciplined. You simply are. You stop trying to stay organized. You just live that way. Habits turn into identity, and identity turns into freedom. There's a quiet satisfaction that comes from keeping your routine. You start trusting yourself more. You stop chasing quick results. You realize that long-term growth feels better than instant gratification. You learn to fall in love with patience because you understand that every small, consistent action is creating a future that's worth the wait. If you ever feel lost, return to your routine. When emotions get messy, when life feels uncertain, when motivation disappears, your routine will guide you. It's your map when everything else feels confusing. It reminds you that progress doesn't come from perfection. It comes from showing up. So today, choose one thing to stay consistent with. Maybe it's journaling, maybe it's exercising, maybe it's learning, maybe it's gratitude. It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that you show up every single day, because in the end, consistency is not just about success. It's about peace. It's knowing that you're growing a little more every day, even if no one sees it yet. Someday soon, you'll look back and realize how far you've come. And you'll see that it wasn't luck or talent or timing. It was your routine. It was your quiet, steady consistency. That's what built your new life. That's what reinvented you. Keep going. Keep showing up. The power to change your life isn't in what you do once. It's in what you do every day. That's the real magic of consistency. That's how you win the long game. Day 14. Protecting your energy and mental peace. Your energy is your life. It's what fuels your thoughts, your actions, and your emotions. Without it, even simple things feel heavy. With it, you can do anything. That's why protecting your energy isn't selfish. It's survival. The world is full of noise, opinions, and distractions that drain your mental space. If you want to live a peaceful, focused, and fulfilling life, you must learn to guard your energy like it's gold. Most people don't lose energy because of work. They lose it because of worry. They spend hours thinking about things they can't control, replaying old conversations, or trying to please people who don't care. Mental peace isn't something you find. It's something you create by choosing what deserves your attention. Not everything needs your reaction. Not everyone deserves your time. Sometimes, silence is the strongest response you can give. Your energy is like water. If you pour it into too many places, you'll run dry. Every person, every thought, every decision takes a little of it. That's why you need to be intentional about where you spend it. Ask yourself, does this give me peace, or does it drain me? The answer will tell you everything you need to know. Protecting your peace is not about avoiding responsibility. It's about choosing wisely where you invest your focus. One of the hardest lessons in life is realizing that not everyone deserves access to you. Some people leave you feeling lighter, while others leave you exhausted. You don't have to explain your boundaries to everyone. Protecting your peace sometimes means walking away quietly, choosing calm over chaos, and letting people think what they want. You can love someone and still protect yourself from their energy. You can care and still create distance. Peace doesn't come from avoiding problems. It comes from handling them with clarity. When something bothers you, deal with it instead of letting it live rent-free in your mind. Talk about it, write about it, or release it. Don't carry it around. The longer you hold on to negative energy, the heavier it gets. Letting go isn't weakness, it's wisdom. It's saying, I deserve peace more than I deserve to be right. Mental peace begins with your thoughts. What you think about repeatedly becomes your reality. If you fill your mind with anger, fear, and comparison, you'll live in tension. But if you fill it with gratitude, hope, and patience, your life will feel lighter. You can't control every thought that enters your mind, but you can control which ones you feed. Your attention is energy. Spend it wisely. Social media is one of the biggest energy traps today. It shows you everything but peace. You scroll for connection and end up comparing your life to strangers. You absorb other people's opinions, emotions, and negativity without realizing it. Protecting your peace sometimes means stepping back. Take breaks. Disconnect to reconnect. The world will still be there when you return, but you'll come back stronger, calmer, more centered. Another silent thief of peace is overthinking. It makes you live 100 lives that never happen. You play out scenarios, imagine outcomes, and exhaust yourself with what-ifs. Most of what you fear never even occurs. Overthinking doesn't prepare you, it drains you. The best way to quiet your mind is to act. Action replaces anxiety. When you move, your brain shifts from worry to focus. Even small action can pull you out of endless thought. Your environment also affects your energy. Look around your space. Is it peaceful or chaotic? The places you spend time in mirror your state of mind. A messy room creates mental clutter. A clean, calm space creates focus. Protect your peace by creating an environment that supports it. Surround yourself with light, with order, with reminders of what matters. It doesn't have to be perfect, just peaceful. Protecting your peace also means protecting your schedule. Not every call, message, or request needs an immediate answer. You don't have to say yes to everything. Every yes you give is a no to something else, often your own rest. You can't pour from an empty cup. Rest is not laziness, it's renewal. The more you rest, the more focused and creative you become. Peace grows in the spaces where you allow stillness. Sometimes the people who drain you aren't strangers. They're the ones closest to you. That's what makes it hard. You don't want to hurt them, but you also can't lose yourself trying to keep them happy. Protecting your peace means knowing when to stop explaining yourself. Some people understand only through distance. You can wish them well and still walk away. Peace is never found in constant conflict. One of the best ways to protect your energy is through solitude. Spending time alone isn't loneliness, it's recovery. It's where you recharge, reflect, and realign. When you're always surrounded by noise, you forget your own voice. Solitude brings you back to it. It helps you remember what you value, what you want, and who you are without the world's opinions. Even 10 minutes of silence a day can restore your balance. Peace doesn't mean life will be perfect. You'll still face problems, still deal with people, still have stress. But peace means those things no longer control you. You stop reacting to every trigger. You learn to respond instead of explode. You learn to pause before speaking, breathe before judging, and rest before quitting. That's emotional strength. That's inner peace in action. Protecting your peace also means accepting that some things will never make sense, some apologies will never come, some endings will never feel fair. But closure doesn't always come from others, it comes from you deciding to move on. You can't wait for someone else to fix what they broke inside you. You have to do it yourself through healing, forgiveness, and boundaries. The more you protect your peace, the more you attract calm. Energy is contagious. When you carry calmness, you invite calmness. When you carry chaos, you invite chaos. That's why your internal world matters more than your external one. You can live in a storm and still be still inside. True strength isn't loud, it's peaceful. It's the ability to stay grounded no matter what happens around you. To protect your energy, be mindful of what you consume, not just food, but information, music, conversations, and people. Everything you let into your mind shapes how you feel. Ask yourself often, is this feeding my peace or my stress? The answer will tell you what to keep and what to release. Peace is built through conscious choices every day. Sometimes, protecting your peace means disappointing others. You'll say no more often. You'll leave conversations early. You'll spend more time alone. And that's okay. Peace isn't about being liked. It's about being aligned. When you stop living to please everyone, you start living to please your soul. And that's when true happiness begins. Your peace is your responsibility. No one else can give it to you, and no one else should be allowed to take it. Life will always have noise, but peace comes from learning which noise to tune out. It's not about avoiding the world. It's about mastering your inner world. You can't control what happens around you, but you can control what happens inside you. So today, take a moment for yourself. Turn off your phone. Breathe deeply, sit in silence, feel the quiet between your thoughts. That's peace. That's where your strength lives. You don't have to chase it. It's already inside you. You just have to protect it. Protect your peace the way you'd protect something precious, because it is. Your energy is limited, your time is short, and your soul deserves calm. You've spent too long giving your power to people and problems that don't deserve it. It's time to take it back. Guard your energy. Choose calm over chaos. Choose peace over noise. Choose yourself. Because when your mind is peaceful, your world becomes brighter. Your thoughts become clearer, your heart becomes lighter, and life starts to feel simple again. Peace isn't a place you reach, it's a choice you make over and over until it becomes your way of living. Day 15. The power of gratitude and appreciation. Gratitude is one of the simplest and most powerful tools for changing your life. It doesn't require money, talent, or luck. Just awareness. Just a shift in how you see the world. When you start noticing what's good instead of what's missing, everything begins to change. The way you feel changes. The way you act changes. Even the way life responds to you changes. Gratitude doesn't just make you happier, it makes you stronger, calmer, and more alive. We spend so much time chasing what we don't have that we forget to see what we already do. We rush through our days, worrying about what's next, comparing ourselves to others, counting what's missing instead of what's here. But the truth is, you already have something to be grateful for. You have breath. You have a body that keeps you alive. You have moments, memories, lessons, people. You have enough to smile about if you choose to look differently. Gratitude doesn't mean pretending everything is perfect. It doesn't mean ignoring pain or pretending problems don't exist. It means choosing to see the light, even when it's dim. It means saying, yes, this is hard, but there's still something good here. It's about focusing on what's right, instead of being consumed by what's wrong. Gratitude doesn't erase pain, it gives you strength to move through it. The most peaceful people in the world aren't the ones with the most money or comfort. They're the ones who have learned to appreciate small things deeply. The morning sun, a quiet cup of coffee, the sound of laughter, a good conversation. Gratitude turns ordinary moments into treasures. It slows time. It makes you realize that happiness isn't found in some faraway goal. It's hidden in the moments you're living right now. When you practice gratitude every day, your brain starts to change. It stops scanning for what's missing and starts noticing what's beautiful. You begin to see blessings where you once saw problems. You stop taking simple things for granted. Your health, your home, your friends, your peace. You start living in abundance, not scarcity. Gratitude rewires your thoughts from "I need more" to "I have enough." And that shift brings peace like nothing else can. Sometimes gratitude feels hard, especially when life hurts, when you lose something or someone, when you fail, when you're tired of trying. It's difficult to feel thankful. But that's when gratitude matters most. Because it doesn't just change your situation, it changes your perspective. You begin to see that pain also has purpose, that challenges grow you, that loss teaches you what really matters. Gratitude doesn't deny suffering, it transforms it. The more grateful you become, the less room there is for envy, fear, and resentment. You can't be grateful and angry at the same time. You can't appreciate life and complain about it in the same breath. Gratitude cleans your heart. It makes space for peace. It reminds you that even when everything feels wrong, there's still something right. You just have to notice it. You can start simple. Every morning or night, think of 3 things you're grateful for. They don't have to be big. Maybe it's the meal you had. Maybe it's the roof over your head. Maybe it's a kind word someone said. The more specific you are, the more powerful it becomes. Gratitude is a habit, not a mood. The more you practice it, the more natural it feels. Appreciation also applies to people. We often wait for special occasions to express how we feel. But life is short, and love needs to be spoken while it can be heard. Say thank you more often. Tell people they matter. Compliment them. Show kindness. You never know how much a simple word can mean to someone who's struggling silently. Appreciation costs nothing but can heal more than you think. When you start appreciating others, something beautiful happens. You feel lighter, because appreciation shifts your focus from yourself to connection. It deepens relationships, builds trust, and creates warmth between hearts. Gratitude is contagious. When you express it, others feel it, and it spreads. Imagine a world where everyone thanked more, complained less, and noticed more goodness. That's the kind of world you help create every time you choose gratitude. Gratitude also changes how you handle challenges. When you focus on what's good, problems don't disappear, but they stop controlling you. You learn to say, "This is tough, but I've survived tough things before." You remind yourself that not everything is falling apart. Some things are still standing strong. That mindset gives you resilience. Gratitude makes you flexible instead of fragile. When you stop expecting life to be perfect, you start appreciating it for being real. Life will never go exactly as planned. People will disappoint you. Things will break. You'll fall and rise again. But through it all, gratitude keeps you grounded. It reminds you that even in brokenness, there's beauty. Even in endings, there's learning. Even in silence, there's peace. You'll notice that when you start practicing gratitude, your energy changes. You smile more. You stress less. You attract better experiences and kinder people. It's not magic, it's alignment. When you're thankful, your focus shifts toward what's working, and whatever you focus on grows. Gratitude doesn't make life perfect, it makes it meaningful. Sometimes, being grateful means appreciating what didn't happen. The accident you avoided, the illness that healed, the problem that didn't get worse. We rarely notice the things that go right, because we're too focused on what goes wrong. Gratitude helps you see the invisible blessings that carry you through every day. The opposite of gratitude is entitlement, the belief that life owes you something, but life doesn't owe anyone. Everything you have is a gift, even the challenges. The moment you realize that, you stop complaining and start appreciating. Gratitude humbles you. It reminds you how fragile and precious life is. Every sunrise, every laugh, every breath, it's all a miracle that could have been taken for granted. When you start living in gratitude, small things begin to feel magical. Rain doesn't feel like an inconvenience, it feels like renewal. Waiting in line becomes a moment to breathe. A simple meal feels rich. Gratitude turns moments into memories and routines into blessings. It brings color to the ordinary. Even when you can't change your circumstances, gratitude changes how you experience them. It doesn't fix everything, but it gives you the strength to keep moving. It teaches you to say, "This may not be what I wanted, but I'll still find something to be thankful for." And somehow, that simple shift opens new doors you couldn't see before. There's power in saying thank you, not just to others, but to life itself. Thank you for the lessons. Thank you for the chance to try again. Gratitude softens your heart and sharpens your spirit. It reminds you that even when things fall apart, you can still find something to hold on to. You can turn any moment into gratitude. The air you breathe, the heartbeat inside your chest, the people you love, the dreams you still have time to chase. You already have more than you realize. You just have to look with new eyes. So today, stop chasing what's next for a moment and appreciate what's now. Say thank you to the morning that greeted you, to the challenges that grew you, to the lessons that shaped you, to the people who stayed beside you. Gratitude doesn't make life perfect, but it makes it worth living. Because when you live in gratitude, nothing feels small anymore. Every moment becomes a gift. Every day feels like a chance. And that, more than anything else, is how you reinvent your life from the inside out, one thankful breath at a time. Day 16. Learning to be alone without feeling lonely. Being alone and being lonely are not the same thing. One is peace, the other is pain. But most people confuse them because they've never learned how to be alone in a healthy way. They think solitude means isolation, but it doesn't. Being alone can be one of the most powerful experiences of your life if you learn how to embrace it instead of running from it. We live in a world that's always connected. Our phones buzz, our screens glow, and we're surrounded by noise all the time. Silence feels strange now. Stillness feels uncomfortable. That's why so many people keep themselves busy. They're not afraid of work. They're afraid of being alone with their thoughts. But growth begins when you stop running from silence and start listening to yourself. When you learn to be alone, you start hearing things you never noticed before. Your mind begins to calm down. You start to understand what truly matters to you, what you want, and what you've been ignoring. Solitude gives you clarity. It's like cleaning a foggy mirror. You start seeing yourself clearly again. Without other people's opinions filling your head, you rediscover your own voice. Loneliness, on the other hand, comes from feeling disconnected from others and from yourself. You can be surrounded by people and still feel lonely if you're not connected to your inner world. That's why learning to be alone isn't about cutting people out. It's about reconnecting with yourself first. Because when you're comfortable being with you, you stop needing constant validation from others. Many people avoid solitude because it forces them to face what's inside, the pain, the regrets, the emptiness they've been trying to ignore. But healing starts there. You can't fix what you refuse to feel. When you sit in silence, you give your heart space to speak. You might cry, you might remember things you buried. But that's part of releasing. You can't carry old pain into a new life. Solitude is where you let it go. Being alone also helps you build independence. You realize that your happiness doesn't have to depend on anyone else. You stop expecting others to complete you. You start enjoying your own company. You read, you walk, you think, you dream. You do things that make your soul happy without needing permission. You start to understand that being alone doesn't mean something is missing. It means space is being made for something new. When you enjoy being alone, you attract better relationships because you're no longer looking for someone to fill a void. You're looking for someone to share your fullness with. That changes everything. You stop settling for half-hearted love. You stop tolerating one-sided connections. You stop chasing attention. Instead, you attract people who match your peace. People who don't drain your energy, but add to it. Learning to be alone also teaches you patience. You stop rushing into things out of fear. You learn to wait for what feels right. You realize that peace is better than forced company. Not everyone deserves access to your time or energy, and when you learn that, you start valuing your space more. You stop giving it to people who don't appreciate it. There's a certain kind of beauty in solitude. It's where creativity blooms. Some of the greatest ideas in history came from moments of isolation. When you're alone, your mind has room to wander. You start noticing details you missed before: the rhythm of your breath, the sound of rain, the warmth of sunlight. You begin to feel connected to life in a quiet, deep way. That connection is far more fulfilling than constant noise. You also start building self-trust. When you spend time alone, you learn to depend on yourself. You realize that you can handle things on your own. You start believing in your own strength. You stop needing reassurance from everyone around you. And that's when confidence grows. Not the loud kind that needs attention, but the quiet kind that comes from knowing you're enough. At first, being alone might feel strange. You might feel restless. You might even feel sad. That's normal. We've been taught that being alone means you're unwanted, but the truth is, solitude is sacred. It's where transformation happens. The more time you spend with yourself, the more comfortable it becomes. You stop fearing the silence. You start finding peace in it. Being alone doesn't mean cutting yourself off from the world. It means returning to yourself so you can connect more deeply with the world later. It's like recharging your energy. When you give yourself time to be still, you come back stronger, kinder, and more centered. You stop reacting to life. You start responding to it. You'll begin to see that the world doesn't end when you spend a day by yourself. The sky still glows. The air still moves. You still breathe. Life keeps going, and you realize that you are a whole person, even without constant company. That realization gives you freedom. You're no longer afraid of being left alone, because you know you'll always have yourself. There's a quiet magic in doing things alone. Eating by yourself, walking alone, traveling alone, sitting in a park. These moments remind you that you belong anywhere. You start noticing that peace doesn't depend on who's with you. It depends on how you feel inside. You begin to enjoy your own rhythm, your own thoughts, your own space. Sometimes, solitude reveals who's truly meant for your life. When you step back and spend time with yourself, you see which relationships feel heavy and which feel light. You notice who respects your space and who tries to invade it. You start realizing that the right people will never make you feel guilty for choosing peace. They'll understand it because they value it too. Being comfortable alone doesn't mean you'll never feel lonely again. Everyone does, sometimes. The difference is that now you'll know how to handle it. Instead of rushing to fill the void, you'll breathe through it. You'll remind yourself that feelings pass. You'll use that time to reflect, to heal, to grow. Loneliness becomes a visitor, not a home. You'll find that solitude brings self-awareness. You start understanding what drains you and what inspires you. You start learning what kind of life you truly want, not the one others expect, but the one your soul craves. You begin making decisions from clarity instead of pressure. That's how solitude turns into strength. It reconnects you with your purpose. When you make peace with being alone, you stop fearing endings. You stop holding on to people or situations just because you're scared of silence. You start trusting that you'll be okay even when things fall apart. You stop clinging. You start allowing. That's what freedom feels like. Sometimes you'll sit alone and realize that you're not lonely at all. You're peaceful. You're resting. You're healing. You're recharging for what's next. That's when you understand that solitude isn't emptiness, it's presence. It's you meeting yourself fully, without distraction. Being alone is a skill, and like any skill, it takes practice. The more you do it, the better it feels. You'll start to crave the quiet moments, because they become your sanctuary. You'll notice that you think clearer, sleep deeper, and feel lighter. The noise of the world stops controlling you. You begin to lead your own life instead of being swept up in everyone else's. So don't fear being alone. Don't rush to fill every silence. Learn to sit with yourself. Listen to your thoughts. Breathe deeply. Let your heart speak. Because somewhere in that quiet space, you'll find something precious, your true self. And once you meet that version of you, you'll never want to lose them again. You are not incomplete without others. You are complete within yourself. You are enough. You always were. Solitude doesn't make you lonely, it makes you whole. The people who learn to be alone are the ones who end up loving the deepest, living the fullest, and standing the strongest. So take this day to reconnect with you. Turn off the noise, step away from the rush. Sit in peace, feel your heartbeat. That rhythm is the only company you'll ever truly need. And when you learn to love that stillness, you'll never feel lonely again, no matter where you are or who's with you. Day 17. How to build unshakable self-confidence. Confidence is not something you're born with. It's something you build brick by brick, choice by choice, moment by moment. It's not loud and it's not arrogant. True confidence is quiet. It's the calm belief that no matter what happens, you can handle it. It's the voice inside that says, I'll be okay, even when things go wrong. And the best part is, you can build it, no matter where you're starting from. Many people think confidence comes from success, but it's the other way around. Confidence comes first, and success follows. You don't become confident because everything works out. You become confident because you keep going even when it doesn't. Real confidence is built through failure, through mistakes, through trying again after falling. Every time you get up, you prove to yourself that you can, and that proof is stronger than any praise you'll ever get. Confidence begins with self-trust. You can't believe in yourself if you don't trust yourself. It means doing what you say you'll do, even when no one's watching. It means showing up for yourself, not just when it's easy, but especially when it's hard. Every time you keep a promise to yourself, your confidence grows a little stronger. It's like telling your mind, "See, I can rely on me." The biggest enemy of confidence is comparison. When you constantly measure yourself against others, you'll always feel less. There will always be someone richer, smarter, prettier, or faster. But none of that matters. Confidence doesn't come from being better than others. It comes from being better than you were yesterday. The only competition that matters is with the person in the mirror. If you're growing, you're winning. Confidence isn't about pretending to be perfect. It's about being okay with imperfection. You don't have to know everything or have everything figured out. You just have to trust that you'll learn, adapt, and keep moving. People who seem confident aren't fearless. They just act despite the fear. Courage and confidence always walk together. One creates the other. Sometimes confidence is quiet. It's not in the loud words or big gestures. It's in how you carry yourself when no one's watching. It's in the way you speak kindly to yourself instead of tearing yourself down. It's in the way you walk into a room without needing to prove anything to anyone. That kind of confidence doesn't come from attention, it comes from acceptance. To build real confidence, you have to stop waiting for permission. Stop waiting for someone to tell you you're ready. Stop asking for validation to go after what you want. No one can give you confidence, you have to claim it. You build it every time you step outside your comfort zone. You build it every time you take action, even when you're scared. Fear doesn't disappear, you just stop letting it control you. Confidence is also about mindset. If you tell yourself you're not good enough, your brain will find proof of that. If you tell yourself you can't, you'll stop trying. But when you start telling yourself, "I'm capable, I can figure this out," your actions begin to match your thoughts. The mind believes what you repeat. Speak to yourself like someone you love, because how you talk to yourself shapes how you show up in the world. You also build confidence through preparation. When you prepare, you remove uncertainty. Whether it's an exam, a meeting, a goal, or a performance, when you put in the work, you walk in stronger. Confidence doesn't mean you never doubt yourself. It means you know you've done the work and can handle what comes. Preparation turns fear into focus. Another part of confidence is body language. The way you hold yourself affects how you feel. Stand tall, look up, breathe deeply, move with purpose. Your body and mind are connected. When you carry yourself with confidence, your brain follows. It starts believing what your body is showing. It's a small thing that makes a big difference. Sometimes you lose confidence because you listen too much to other people. Opinions can be loud. Critics can be harsh. But remember this, most people who judge aren't doing more than you. They're doing less. People who are growing don't spend time tearing others down. Confidence means knowing your worth even when others don't see it. Their opinions don't define you, your actions do. Confidence grows when you start keeping promises to yourself. If you say you'll wake up early, do it. If you say you'll start working out, show up. If you say you'll finish something, finish it. Every time you follow through, you build evidence in your mind that you can trust yourself. That evidence becomes the foundation of confidence. It's not built overnight, but over time it becomes unshakable. You'll notice that confidence doesn't come from getting everything right. It comes from not being afraid to get things wrong. It's knowing that mistakes don't mean failure, they mean learning. Every expert was once a beginner who didn't quit. Every successful person had a time when they didn't know what they were doing, but they started anyway. Confidence comes from experience, and experience comes from trying. The more you act, the more confident you become. Thinking won't build confidence, doing will. Every small step you take creates momentum. You stop saying I can't and start saying maybe I can. Then I can, then I did. Confidence is built in motion, not in waiting. Don't wait to feel ready. Start, and the feeling will follow. One of the strongest forms of confidence is humility. Knowing your strengths without denying your weaknesses. Being open to learning. Listening more than you speak. Confident people don't need to prove their worth. They live it. They don't need to talk about what they're capable of. They show it through consistency. Quiet confidence always speaks louder than noise. You'll also find that confidence comes from gratitude. When you appreciate who you are and what you have, you stop feeling like you're not enough. Gratitude turns comparison into contentment. It reminds you that progress is personal and that your path doesn't have to look like anyone else's. Confidence grows when you start being kind to yourself. If you ever lose your confidence, remember it's not gone forever. It's just buried under fear, doubt, or exhaustion. Take a break. Breathe. Remind yourself of what you've already survived. You've made it through things that once scared you. You've rebuilt before. You can do it again. Confidence doesn't mean you never fall. It means you always rise. Confidence is built, not found. It's earned through showing up, learning, failing, growing, and trying again. You don't need to wait until you feel ready. You just need to begin. Because every step you take, no matter how small, makes you a little braver than before. And one day, you'll realize you've become the person you once looked up to. So believe in yourself. Not because everything is certain, but because you're strong enough to face uncertainty. You've done hard things before, and you'll do them again. The world doesn't need another perfect person. It needs someone real, someone brave, someone who keeps going even when it's hard. That's what confidence truly is. Stand tall, speak your truth, keep your promises, do the work, trust your path. Confidence isn't about being fearless, it's about being faithful to yourself. And when you learn that, no one and nothing can shake the belief you have inside, because once you trust yourself, you become unstoppable. Day 18. Breaking free from negative thinking. Your mind can be your best friend or your worst enemy. The way you think shapes the way you live. If your thoughts are full of fear, doubt, and negativity, your life will feel heavy. But if your thoughts are full of hope, faith, and strength, your life begins to feel light again. The good news is, you can choose which one to feed. You can train your mind to think better, just like you train your body to move better. Negative thinking is powerful because it hides in your daily thoughts. It's the quiet voice that says, I'm not good enough, I'll never make it. Something will go wrong. It sneaks into your mind slowly until it feels normal. You start believing those thoughts as truth, but they're not truth, they're habits. And habits can be changed. Every negative thought starts as a seed. The more attention you give it, the more it grows. The less you feed it, the weaker it becomes. You can't stop negative thoughts from entering your mind, but you can stop them from taking control. You can look at them and say, you don't belong here. You can choose not to let them define you. Most people think they are their thoughts, but you're not. You're the one who observes them. You're the thinker, not the thought. Imagine your mind as a sky and your thoughts as clouds. The clouds may be dark, but the sky itself is still clear. You don't have to fight every thought that passes by, just let it pass. The problem begins when you hold on to every cloud and forget that the sky was never broken. Negative thinking often comes from fear. Fear of failing, fear of being judged, fear of losing. Your mind tries to protect you from pain by imagining the worst, but that protection keeps you stuck. It stops you from trying. It convinces you to stay small because small feels safe. But safe doesn't make you happy. It just makes you invisible. The first step to breaking free from negative thinking is awareness. You can't change what you don't notice. Pay attention to the voice inside your head. What does it say when you look in the mirror? When you make a mistake? When something doesn't go your way? Those thoughts tell you what needs healing. Awareness is not judgment, it's understanding. Once you start noticing your thoughts, you can begin to challenge them. When your mind says, "I can't," ask, "Is that true?" When it says, "Everyone is better than me," ask, "Who told me that?" Most negative thoughts don't come from facts. They come from fear, from past experiences, from other people's opinions. You can question them, and when you do, they lose their power. Your brain has a natural bias toward negativity. It focuses on what's wrong because it's wired to protect you from danger. But you can retrain it. You can start feeding it positive proof. Every day, remind yourself of things you've done right. Small wins count. Times you showed courage count. Times you got back up count. The more you focus on what's working, the more your brain learns to look for good instead of bad. Sometimes, negative thinking comes from your environment, the people you spend time with, the content you consume, the energy around you. All of it affects how you think. If you're surrounded by negativity, your mind will absorb it. Protect your mental space. Be careful who you listen to, what you read, what you watch. You can't build a positive life with a negative mind. Negative thoughts often grow stronger when you try to suppress them. The more you fight them, the louder they get. Instead, observe them calmly. When a negative thought comes, acknowledge it. Say, "I hear you, but I'm not listening to you today." Then shift your focus to something grounding, your breath, your body, a simple action. You take back control by redirecting your attention. One of the most effective ways to change your thinking is through gratitude. You can't be negative and grateful at the same time. Gratitude changes your focus. It pulls you away from what's missing and brings you back to what's here. When you start noticing small blessings, a warm meal, a kind smile, a safe home, your brain begins to rewire itself toward positivity. The more thankful you are, the less room there is for negativity. Another way to break free from negative thinking is through movement. When your body moves, your mind moves with it. Go for a walk. Exercise. Stretch. Physical motion changes your emotional state. It clears the mental fog. You can't think your way out of every dark mood, but you can move your way out of it. Your body is a tool to reset your mind. Self-talk also plays a huge role. The way you talk to yourself matters more than the way anyone else talks to you. Most of your stress doesn't come from life. It comes from the story you tell yourself about life. If that story is full of fear and doubt, your mind will stay heavy. But if that story is full of courage and faith, everything feels lighter. Be your own encourager, not your own enemy. It's okay to have bad days. It's okay to feel down sometimes. Positivity doesn't mean ignoring pain. It means refusing to live in it. You can feel the emotion, honor it, and still move forward. Don't label yourself as a negative person just because you have negative thoughts. Everyone does. The difference is in what you do next. Do you believe them, or do you replace them with better ones? Replacing negative thoughts doesn't mean pretending everything's fine. It means telling yourself the truth in a kinder way. Instead of "I can't do this," say "I'll learn as I go." Instead of "I always fail," say "This time I'll try differently." You don't need to lie to yourself. You just need to speak with compassion. That's how you reprogram your inner voice. One of the hardest parts of changing your thinking is patience. The old thoughts won't disappear overnight. They've been there for years, repeating the same patterns. But if you stay consistent, they lose strength. Every time you choose a positive thought, you're building a new path in your brain. The more you walk that path, the easier it becomes. It's also important to forgive yourself for the times you've let negativity win. You didn't fail. You were just surviving with the tools you had. Now you're learning new ones. Be gentle with yourself. Healing is not about perfection. It's about progress. Every small step counts. When you start thinking positively, life doesn't suddenly become perfect, but you begin to handle it differently. You stop reacting to everything. You start responding with awareness. You stop seeing obstacles as proof that you'll fail and start seeing them as chances to grow. That's the real power of a positive mind. It gives you control back. Your thoughts are powerful, but they're not permanent. They come and go. You get to choose which ones to keep. You don't have to believe everything your mind tells you. Sometimes your thoughts lie. They tell you you're not enough. They tell you it's too late. But those are just echoes of fear. You can choose to listen to something else. The quiet voice inside that says, I can try again. You don't need to be positive all the time. You just need to catch yourself when negativity takes over. Pause, breathe, reset. Remind yourself that you've been through worse and made it. You can choose better thoughts. You can choose better energy. You can choose peace. So from this moment forward, make a promise to yourself. Whenever a negative thought appears, stop and ask, does this thought help me? If it doesn't, release it, replace it, repeat something better. It won't feel natural at first, but over time, it will. You'll begin to think differently. You'll begin to live differently. You are not your thoughts. You are the one who shapes them. And when you start shaping them with love, strength, and belief, your whole world begins to shift. The light gets brighter. The path gets clearer. You realize that happiness was never about avoiding darkness. It was about learning to turn on the light inside you. Day 19. Developing mental strength and emotional resilience. Life doesn't always go as planned. No matter how careful you are, there will be moments that shake you. Moments that test everything you believe in. You'll face disappointment, loss, failure, and pain. But what defines you isn't what happens to you. It's how you respond. That's where mental strength and emotional resilience come in. They are the quiet powers that help you keep standing when the world feels too heavy. Mental strength isn't about pretending to be okay when you're not. It's not about hiding your emotions or forcing yourself to be tough all the time. It's about balance. It's about feeling everything fully but not letting those feelings control your life. It's about knowing that pain is real, but so is hope. You can cry and still move forward. You can fall and still rise again. Resilience doesn't mean you never break. It means you know how to rebuild. Every strong person you've ever met has been through something that tested them. They didn't get strength from comfort. They got it from struggle. Pain can destroy you, or it can teach you. The difference lies in what you choose to do with it. When life gets hard, it's easy to ask, why me? But the truth is, every challenge carries a lesson. Sometimes it teaches you patience. Sometimes it teaches you courage. Sometimes it teaches you to let go of control. Mental strength begins when you stop asking, why is this happening to me? And start asking, what can I learn from this? Resilient people don't avoid pain, they face it. They understand that feelings are temporary. Sadness, anger, fear, they all pass. You just have to let them move through you instead of trapping them inside. The more you fight emotions, the more they grow. But when you accept them, they lose power. You start seeing them as waves, some big, some small, but none permanent. Mental strength also comes from how you talk to yourself in hard times. Your inner voice becomes your greatest weapon or your greatest enemy. When things fall apart, do you say, I can't handle this, or I'll get through this somehow? The words you choose matter. They create your reality. When you speak to yourself with belief instead of fear, you activate your strength. It's okay to feel weak sometimes. Everyone does. Strength doesn't mean never falling apart. It means you don't stay broken. You rest, you cry, you breathe, and then you rise again. Every time you do, you get stronger. Resilience grows quietly in the background. one comeback at a time. Sometimes, building mental strength means walking away. You don't have to fight every battle. Not everything deserves your reaction. Some people will try to drain you. Some situations will test your limits, but not everything needs a response. Strength is knowing when to stay and when to leave. It's not about proving anything. It's about protecting your peace. Resilience also comes from perspective. What feels like the end is often just a new beginning in disguise. Think about the hardest things you've been through. At the time, they felt impossible, but you survived. And looking back, those moments shaped who you are. They made you wiser, tougher, and more compassionate. The things that once broke you actually built you. One of the most important parts of mental strength is acceptance. You can't control everything that happens to you, but you can control what happens within you. You can choose your attitude, your reaction, your focus. When you stop wasting energy on what's out of your hands, you have more power to change what's in them. To be resilient, you must let go of perfection. Life will never be perfect. People will hurt you. Plans will fail. Days will go wrong. But resilience is about adapting. It's about finding peace in imperfection. You don't have to have all the answers, you just need faith that you'll find them when the time is right. Strong people feel fear, but they act anyway. They doubt themselves, but they keep moving. Courage doesn't mean you don't feel afraid. It means you keep going even when you do. Every time you push through fear, you build strength. It's like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. Emotional resilience is also built through self-care. You can't pour from an empty cup. Rest when you need to. Eat well, sleep, spend time in nature, talk to people who lift you up. You're not weak for needing a break. You're human. Taking care of yourself doesn't mean you're giving up. It means you're recharging so you can keep going. Resilient people also understand that pain is not punishment. It's part of being alive. It teaches empathy. It reminds you what truly matters. You start realizing that joy feels deeper after sadness. Because contrast makes you appreciate light. You learn to find meaning even in difficult moments. Sometimes, mental strength means forgiving. Not for others, but for yourself. Holding on to anger drains your energy. Forgiveness doesn't mean what happened was okay. It means you refuse to let it control you anymore. It's a way of setting yourself free. You can't move forward if you keep reliving the past. When life tests you, remember how far you've already come. You've made it through days you thought would break you. You've rebuilt after disappointment. You've loved again after heartbreak. You've started over more than once. That's proof of your strength. You might not see it while you're in it, but one day you'll look back and realize you were strong all along. You build resilience by showing up for yourself every day, even on the bad days, especially on the bad days. When you wake up tired, but still try, you're building strength. When you face fear, but move forward anyway, you're building courage. When you keep believing in better days, even when today hurts, you're building resilience. There's no shortcut to mental toughness. It's built through experience, through struggle, through faith. But each time you overcome something, it becomes a part of you. You stop fearing the storm because you remember you've survived storms before. You realize that no matter what comes next, you'll find a way. Emotional resilience also means allowing joy. Sometimes people get stuck in survival mode. They forget to feel happy. But happiness isn't a reward for getting through everything. It's a tool that helps you heal, laugh, play, smile. Even when things aren't perfect, joy is not denial. It's medicine for your heart. Remember this. Strong doesn't mean hard. True strength is soft. It's gentle. It's kind. It's being able to stay loving in a world that's harsh. It's being able to stay hopeful when everything feels uncertain. Strength is not about fighting. It's about flowing. It's about bending without breaking. You can't always control what life gives you, but you can control how you show up. You can meet pain with patience. You can meet failure with focus. You can meet change with faith. That's what resilience looks like. It's not loud, it's not dramatic. It's quiet, steady, unshakable. One day, you'll realize that the things that once hurt you don't hurt as much anymore. You'll notice that you recover faster. You'll bounce back quicker. That's growth. That's proof that your mind and heart have become stronger. You'll still feel emotions, but they won't drown you. They'll teach you. So when life gets hard again, and it will, remember that strength isn't something you find when things are easy. It's something you build when things are hard. You've done it before, and you'll do it again. You're stronger than you think, wiser than you know, and more resilient than you've ever realized. Take a deep breath. Straighten your back. Trust your heart. You can handle whatever comes next. Not because life will be easy, but because you've built the strength to face it. That's what mental and emotional resilience truly means. Not avoiding the storm, but learning how to dance in the rain. Year 20. How to stop caring about what others think. One of the hardest lessons in life is learning to stop living for other people's opinions. From the time you were young, you were taught to care about what others think, how you look, how you act, what you choose. You were told to fit in, to please, to be liked, and slowly, without realizing it, you started shrinking yourself to fit into boxes that were never meant for you. But here's the truth. The moment you stop caring about what others think is the moment you start truly living. You can't control what people think of you. You can only control who you are, and no matter what you do, someone will always have something to say. If you're quiet, they'll call you shy. If you speak up, they'll say you talk too much. If you work hard, they'll call you obsessed. If you rest, they'll call you lazy. You can't win a game that was never meant to be fair, so stop playing it. The only opinion that should matter is the one you have of yourself. People's opinions are based on their own experiences, fears, and insecurities, not on your truth. When someone judges you, they're not really seeing you. They're seeing their own reflection through their lens. What they think is about them, not about you. Once you understand that, their words lose power. You stop taking things personally because you realize most of the time it's not even about you. Caring too much about what others think is like living in a cage with the door wide open. You're free to walk out any time, but fear keeps you trapped. You replay conversations, wonder if people like you, and second-guess your every move. You start editing yourself, your words, your dreams, your personality, just to please others, but the price is high. You lose your authenticity, you lose your joy, you lose yourself. The truth is, people forget quickly. The things you're worried about, your mistakes, your flaws, your awkward moments, most people won't even remember tomorrow. Everyone is too busy thinking about themselves to think about you. So why let their temporary opinions control your permanent happiness? You have one life. You can't waste it living by someone else's approval. When you stop caring about what others think, you begin to feel lighter. You start saying what you really mean. You start dressing how you want. You start pursuing what you love. You stop apologizing for existing. You start showing up as yourself, unfiltered, honest, free. And that's when real confidence appears. Not the fake kind that comes from trying to impress others, but the real kind that comes from knowing you're enough. But letting go of other people's opinions doesn't happen overnight. It takes awareness and courage. You have to start noticing when you're doing things for others instead of yourself. Are you saying yes because you want to, or because you're afraid of being judged? Are you staying quiet because it feels right, or because you don't want to be criticized? Awareness is the first step toward freedom. You'll also need to accept that not everyone will like you, and that's okay. You're not meant to be liked by everyone. You're meant to be loved by the right ones. Trying to please everyone only guarantees that you'll please no one, especially not yourself. You can be the kindest, most genuine person in the world, and still, someone will dislike you for no reason at all. Let them. Their dislike doesn't change your worth. When you stop caring about others' opinions, you start building self-respect. You stop begging for validation and start giving it to yourself. You stop chasing approval and start choosing peace. You realize that being yourself is more powerful than pretending to be perfect. You learn that authenticity might not make you popular, but it will make you free. Think about how many dreams die because of fear of judgment. People don't start projects, don't post their art, don't speak their truth because they're afraid of being laughed at. But the people who change the world are the ones who dare to look foolish at first. Every person you admire was once doubted. Every creator, every leader, every dreamer had to ignore the noise and trust their vision. You can't be brave and liked by everyone at the same time. You have to choose. When you care too much about opinions, you hand over your power. You let strangers decide how you feel about yourself. You start living for applause instead of purpose. But applause fades. Purpose lasts. The more you align with what feels true to you, the less you crave approval from others. You start living for meaning, not for likes. The freedom that comes from not caring is not about arrogance. It's about peace. You stop defending yourself all the time. You stop explaining your choices to people who don't understand your path. You stop needing to prove your worth. You just live, honestly and fully. You realize you don't owe anyone an explanation for your growth, your healing, or your happiness. People will always talk. That's what they do. Let them. You can't control their mouths, but you can control your reaction. Silence can be your greatest power. You don't have to respond to everything. You don't have to argue. You don't have to prove yourself right. Time always reveals the truth. So stay focused on your journey and let your results speak louder than their opinions. When you stop caring about what others think, something amazing happens. You become more compassionate, because once you stop judging yourself, you stop judging others too. You realize everyone is fighting their own battles. You stop comparing and start connecting. You begin to see that authenticity brings people closer, not farther apart. It's also important to remember that not all opinions are bad. Sometimes feedback helps you grow. The key is to know the difference between constructive advice and empty criticism. Listen to people who have walked where you want to go. Ignore those who speak only to bring you down. Not every voice deserves your attention. There will be moments when fear returns, when you wonder what others might think if you fail, if you change, if you choose differently. That's when you remind yourself, their opinion doesn't pay your bills, doesn't heal your heart, doesn't live your life. You do. You're the one who has to wake up every morning in your own skin. So make sure you're living in a way that feels honest to you. You'll find that life becomes peaceful when you stop seeking approval. Decisions become easier. Your path becomes clearer. You start trusting your intuition more. You start laughing louder. You start moving freely. You start saying no without guilt. You begin to realize that the people who truly love you will never ask you to be anyone else. So from today, give yourself permission to stop caring so much. Don't let other people's opinions dictate your self-worth. You are not a reflection of what others see. You are a reflection of what you believe. Stand tall in your truth. Walk in your own rhythm. Some will understand, some won't. It doesn't matter. You're not here to be understood by everyone. You're here to live fully, fearlessly, freely. You'll be surprised at how peaceful life feels when you no longer need to be liked. You'll feel lighter. You'll feel powerful. You'll start living from the inside out instead of the outside in. And that's the moment you realize you were never meant to fit in. You were meant to stand out, to shine, to live a life that's yours. So stop giving your energy to opinions that don't build you. Focus on what makes you proud, what makes you grow, what makes you come alive. The world doesn't need a perfect version of you. It needs the real you. The one who dares to speak, to create, to live boldly without fear of judgment. Because when you live that way, you give others permission to do the same. And that's how you take your power back. Not by fighting, not by proving, but by being unapologetically yourself. The moment you stop caring about what others think is the moment you start becoming who you truly are, and that's the most beautiful kind of freedom there is. Day 21. The power of focus and elimination. Most people don't fail because they lack talent. They fail because they lack focus. They try to do everything at once, chase too many goals, and end up achieving none. Life gets noisy. The world keeps telling you to do more, to have more, to be more. But success and peace come from doing less, doing only what truly matters. Focus isn't about adding things to your life. It's about removing distractions that don't serve you. Focus is like sunlight. When scattered, it warms a little, but when concentrated, it burns through anything. That's what happens when you stop dividing your attention. You become unstoppable. But to focus, you must first decide what to ignore. The power of focus doesn't come from what you say yes to. It comes from what you say no to. Your energy is limited. Every day you wake up with a certain amount of mental strength, and everything you think about, worry about, or give attention to takes a piece of that energy. If you spend your day reacting to notifications, gossip, negativity, and distractions, by evening you'll have nothing left for your dreams. You'll feel tired not because you did too much, but because you focused on the wrong thing. Focus begins with clarity. You can't hit a target you can't see. You must know what you truly want. Most people don't. They say they want success, but they can't define what success means to them. They say they want peace, but they fill their lives with chaos. Focus means being brutally honest with yourself about what you want and what you're willing to give up to get it. Elimination is the secret ingredient. You can't focus if your life is cluttered with tasks, with noise, with people who drain you. Every yes you give to something meaningless is a no to something that could change your life. You don't need more time. You need fewer distractions. You don't need more motivation. You need less confusion. Simplify. Cut what doesn't matter so you can give your full energy to what does. We live in a world that rewards busy, not productive. Everyone is rushing, scrolling, multitasking. But doing more isn't progress if it leads you nowhere. Focused people don't chase everything. They choose one path and walk it with discipline. They know that saying no is not losses. It's strategic. Every successful person you admire has mastered the art of elimination. They cut out the noise so they can hear their own thoughts. Distraction is not just external, it's internal too. It's the voice that tells you to check your phone instead of working. It's the fear that says, "What if this doesn't work?" It's the craving for instant reward that pulls you away from long-term purpose. You can't control every distraction, but you can control your response. Every time you resist the urge to drift, you strengthen your focus muscle. The reason most people feel lost is because their attention is scattered everywhere. They want to learn a new skill, start a business, get fit, build relationships, all at once, but you can't give 100% to 10 things. Choose 1 or 2 goals and commit fully. Master one thing deeply before jumping to the next. The world doesn't need more people doing many things halfway. It needs people doing a few things with excellence. Focus also means letting go of perfection. Many people get stuck because they keep planning, analyzing, waiting for the perfect time, but perfection is another form of distraction. It keeps you from taking action. Focus is not about doing things perfectly, it's about doing the right things consistently. Every small, focused effort compounds over time. Elimination is about protecting your peace. You don't have to respond to every message, attend every event, or please every person. You don't owe your time to everyone who demands it. Learn to guard your energy like treasure. You can't grow if you're constantly available to everything. Being unavailable to nonsense is a superpower. Sometimes you'll need to eliminate people too, not because you hate them, but because they keep you stuck. Some people bring noise, not growth. They distract you with gossip, complaints, and negativity. If you want to stay focused, surround yourself with people who respect your goals, who challenge you to stay disciplined. Energy is contagious. Stay near those who push you higher. Focus is not about intensity all the time. It's also about direction. You can work hard and still go nowhere if your focus is misplaced. Running faster doesn't help if you're on the wrong road. You must pause, reflect, and realign. Every so often, ask yourself, is this moving me closer to who I want to be? If the answer is no, eliminate it. The simplest path is usually the strongest one. You also need to protect your mornings. The first hour after you wake up shapes your focus for the day. If you start your day by checking social media, your mind becomes scattered before you even begin. Start with silence. Reflect, stretch, breathe, plan. Give your mind peace before the world demands your attention. The way you begin sets the tone for everything that follows. Focus requires boundaries. You can't do deep work if your phone keeps buzzing every minute. You can't think clearly if your environment is chaotic. Create a space for concentration, both physically and mentally. When you're working, be fully there. When you're resting, truly rest. Focus is not just about attention, it's about presence. Wherever you are, be there completely. You'll notice that when you start focusing, your world becomes quieter. Fewer people will understand you. They'll say you've changed. They'll say you've become distant, but they don't realize you're not distant. You're disciplined. You're choosing purpose over distraction. And that's something most people aren't brave enough to do. When you eliminate distractions, something magical happens. You discover clarity. You start hearing your own thoughts again. You start realizing what truly matters to you. You stop living by habit and start living by intention. You begin to feel calm even while working hard. Because focus creates peace. When your attention is whole, your life feels whole. But focus is fragile. It needs protection. One day of distraction can throw you off course. That's why discipline matters. Discipline is the bridge between intention and success. You don't need motivation every day. You need structure. Create habits that protect your focus. Limit your noise. Simplify your routines. Stay consistent. Over time, it becomes effortless. Elimination is not loss. It's liberation. When you let go of things that drain you, you make space for things that grow you. You realize you don't need a million options to be happy. You just need direction. The simpler your life, the sharper your focus, and the deeper your fulfillment. Most people overestimate what they can do in a week, but underestimate what they can do in a year if they stay focused. You don't have to do everything right now. Just do what matters, every day, without distraction. One focused hour can do more than 10 scattered ones. If you ever feel overwhelmed, remember this. It's not because you have too much to do, it's because you're doing too many things that don't matter. When you eliminate the noise, clarity returns. When you simplify your life, your power multiplies. The more you focus, the less you need. So from today, choose one thing that truly matters. Give it your full energy. Let go of what drains you, what distracts you, what delays you. You don't need to chase every path. Just one strong direction is enough to change your entire life. Your mind is a garden. Focus is water. Distraction is weed. What you feed will grow. So water your purpose. Cut away what doesn't serve you. Protect your time, your energy, your peace. The world will keep shouting for your attention, but you don't have to answer every call. You just need to stay true to your vision. Because when your focus becomes unshakable and your distractions fall away, you'll finally realize you were never behind. You were just surrounded by too much noise. Once you eliminate it, your path becomes clear. And when your path is clear, your power returns. Day 22. Healing your past and moving forward. Everyone carries something from their past. A memory that still hurts, a mistake that still burns, a loss that still feels heavy. Sometimes it's not just one moment, but years of pain, regret, or disappointment that live quietly inside. You try to move on, but the past keeps whispering. It shows up in your fears, your doubts, your relationships, your choices. It's like a shadow that follows you, even when the sun is shining. Healing is the process of finally turning around, facing that shadow, and realizing it no longer has to define you. You can't change your past, but you can change what it means to you. The same event that once broke you can become the lesson that built you. Healing doesn't mean forgetting. It means remembering without pain. It's not about pretending it never happened. It's about accepting that it did, and that you're still standing anyway. Healing is strength, wearing gentleness. Many people try to move forward by ignoring the past. They bury the pain under busyness, distractions, or smiles. They say, "I'm fine," when they're not. But pain doesn't disappear when ignored. It waits. It waits for quiet moments, for loneliness, for triggers. Healing begins when you stop running and start feeling. When you stop pretending you're okay and admit, "This still hurts." That's not weakness. That's courage. Sometimes you have to go backward to go forward. You have to revisit the memories that shaped you, not to relive them, but to release them. You have to forgive yourself for the things you didn't know then. You have to forgive others who hurt you, not because they deserve it, but because you deserve peace. Holding on to anger and blame doesn't protect you. It poisons you slowly. Forgiveness isn't about approval. It's about freedom. When you think of your past, ask yourself, what did it teach me? Pain always leaves lessons. It teaches empathy, resilience, strength. It teaches you what matters and what doesn't. It shows you how to recognize red flags, how to value kindness, how to appreciate peace. The things that once broke you were secretly shaping you into someone wiser, someone deeper. Sometimes the worst chapters end up being the ones that prepare you for your best. Healing also means accepting that you can't go back and fix everything. You can't redo conversations. You can't rewrite choices. You can't change how others behaved. You can only decide who you want to be now. You can either let your past become a prison, or you can let it become a teacher. The door is always open. You just have to walk through it. You might think healing means you'll never feel pain again. That's not true. Healing doesn't erase the scars. It just makes you stronger than the wound. Scars don't mean you're broken. They mean you've healed. They're proof that you survived something that could have destroyed you. They're not something to hide. They're something to honor. The hardest person to forgive is usually yourself. You replay old mistakes. You wish you'd spoken differently, acted differently, chosen differently. But you forget that you were doing your best with what you knew then. You weren't meant to be perfect. You were meant to learn. Stop punishing yourself for being human. You can't heal in a place of self-hate. Forgive yourself for the times you didn't know better. That's where peace begins. Sometimes your past still hurts because you never gave yourself the closure you needed. You waited for an apology that never came. You hoped someone would come back, explain, or make things right. But closure doesn't come from others. It comes from acceptance. You close the chapter when you decide to stop reading it. You don't need anyone else's words to move forward. You can give that peace to yourself. Healing also means facing the truth, not the story you tell others, but the one you tell yourself. Maybe you stayed in a situation longer than you should have. Maybe you ignored red flags. Maybe you hurt someone too. It's okay. Growth starts with honesty. You can't heal what you won't face. The truth might sting, but it sets you free. Your past does not define your future. The things that happened to you are part of your story, but they are not the whole story. You are not the pain. You are the person who lived through it. You are the strength that came from it. The moment you stop letting the past control your choices, you reclaim your power. You stop being a prisoner of yesterday and start being the author of today. Healing takes time. Some days you'll feel like you've moved on, and other days the memories will return like waves. That's normal. Healing is not linear. You're allowed to take steps forward and then fall back. You're allowed to cry, to rest, to feel. You don't have to rush the process. You're allowed to heal slowly. Sometimes healing means letting go of people who are tied to your pain. It doesn't mean you hate them. It means you choose peace over chaos. You can love someone and still realize they're not good for your growth. You can miss someone and still move on. You can care and still choose yourself. That's maturity. Healing isn't about burning bridges. It's about walking away from the ones that no longer lead anywhere. You also heal when you stop needing to explain your pain to everyone. Not everyone will understand your journey, and that's okay. Healing is personal. It's between you, your heart, and your growth. You don't need validation for your recovery. You just need patience with yourself. The people who truly love you will support you without needing every detail. Healing your past also means rewriting your story. Instead of saying, "I was hurt," you can say, "I learned." Instead of saying, "I lost," you can say, "I grew." Language matters. The way you describe your past shapes how you feel about it. You can choose words that empower you instead of break you. That shift in perspective changes everything. Sometimes you have to revisit your younger self, the version of you who went through pain, and tell them they're safe now. You survived. You made it. You're no longer in that place. Talk to that version of you with kindness. They carried you through more than you realized. You can't hate the past version of yourself and expect the present one to heal. Love every version of you. They all helped you get here. Healing also involves building new memories. You can't erase the old ones, but you can create better ones that remind you life can still be beautiful. Go new places, meet new people, try new things. Replace pain with experiences that bring light. Slowly your mind begins to associate the world with hope again. That's how the heart rebuilds. There will come a moment when you look back and realize the past no longer hurts. It just feels distant. Like a movie you once watched. You'll remember the lessons, but the emotions will fade. That's when you know you've healed. Not when everything is perfect, but when you can think about what happened and still feel peace. Healing doesn't mean you stop missing people or moments. It means you stop needing them to be okay. It means you can smile again without guilt. It means you can move forward with gratitude, not bitterness. It means your heart is free to love again, to trust again, to dream again. So if you're still carrying pain, know this: you don't have to carry it forever. You're allowed to set it down. You're allowed to let it rest. You're allowed to heal. You deserve a life that's not defined by what hurt you, but by what healed you. You deserve to move forward without the weight of yesterday pulling you back. Your past was real. It shaped you, but it doesn't have to control you anymore. You are allowed to begin again. Every day is a new chance to choose peace over pain, growth over guilt, freedom over fear. Let your scars remind you how strong you are. Let your heart remember that healing is not forgetting, it's reclaiming your light. So take a deep breath, thank your past for the lessons, then gently close the door. The chapter is over, but your story isn't. The best parts are still ahead, and this time you'll walk forward, not as the person who was broken, but as the person who chose to heal. Day 23, creating a positive morning routine that changes your life. Every morning gives you a new chance to start again. The sun rises, and so do you. How you begin your day shapes how you live it. Your mornings are the foundation of your mindset, your focus, and your peace. Yet most people wake up rushed, stressed, or lost in noise before they've even taken their first breath of calm. They reach for their phones before their thoughts. They react before they reflect. They step into chaos instead of clarity. But when you take control of your morning, you take control of your life. A morning routine isn't about perfection or productivity. It's about connection to yourself, to your purpose, to your peace. It's the quiet space between the dream world and the real world, where you decide who you'll be today. You don't need to wake up at 5 a.m. or follow a long list of habits. You just need intention. The goal isn't to do more, it's to start with meaning. When you wake up, your mind is most open. It's like soft clay, ready to be shaped by whatever you feed it. If you feed it stress, it will carry tension. If you feed it gratitude, it will carry peace. The first 10 minutes of your morning are powerful. They set the emotional tone for your entire day. That's why your first thoughts matter. Before you check your phone, take one moment to breathe, to be present, to remember that this day is a gift. You don't have to fill your morning with complicated rituals. Start simple, start human. Wake up and thank yourself for showing up again. Thank the new day for the chance to do better. Stretch your body and feel it wake with you. Drink water and let it remind you that life flows. Open your window and feel the air touch your face. These small actions tell your mind, I am here, I am alive, and I am ready. A peaceful morning protects your mind from the world's noise. Once you step outside, you'll face opinions, challenges, deadlines, and distractions, but your morning can be your armor. When you take time to ground yourself before the day begins, you walk through the world with calm instead of chaos. You respond instead of react. You control your energy instead of giving it away. Many people say they don't have time for a morning routine. But what they really don't have is balance. They wake up late, scroll for 20 minutes, rush out the door, and wonder why they feel overwhelmed. You can't expect peace from a life you rush through. Even 10 minutes of mindful time can change your mood, your focus, your day. It's not about how long your morning is, it's about how intentional it feels. The key is consistency. A morning routine is not about motivation, it's about rhythm. The body loves rhythm. When you do the same things each morning, your mind begins to trust the process. It stops fighting you. You wake up with purpose instead of confusion. That stability becomes your anchor on hard days. When everything else feels uncertain, your routine reminds you that you still have control. A powerful morning begins the night before. When you go to bed with stress, you wake up with it too. Your body and mind don't reset when you carry yesterday's noise into tomorrow. Before you sleep, clear your mind. Write down what you're grateful for. Let go of what you can't control. When you wake, your energy will be lighter, your focus sharper. Morning peace starts with nighttime intention. Your morning should belong to you, not to the world. Don't wake up and hand your attention to other people's lives on a screen. The moment you scroll, your mind starts reacting to news, drama, and opinions. You leave no space for your own thoughts. Protect that first hour. Fill it with silence, reflection, or something that brings you joy. Even a few quiet moments of stillness can make a big difference. Some mornings will feel easy. Some will feel heavy. You won't always wake up inspired. That's normal. But even on the hard mornings, keep your promise to yourself. Show up, sit quietly, breathe, write one line, move your body, drink your water. Do something small that reminds you that you matter. Discipline is more powerful than motivation because it keeps you steady when emotions don't. A morning routine isn't only about what you do, it's about how you feel while doing it. Don't turn it into another to-do list. It's not supposed to stress you. It's supposed to ground you. Find what works for you. For some people, it's journaling. For others, it's music, meditation, prayer, or a walk outside. There's no right or wrong, only what brings you calm and clarity. Your morning is also a chance to set your mindset. The thoughts you choose shape your day. If you start with negativity, the world will reflect it back. But if you start with gratitude and purpose, Even small challenges feel manageable. You can whisper to yourself, "Today I will stay calm. I will be kind. I will focus on what matters." That small sentence can shift everything. Movement in the morning awakens not just your body but your mind. You don't need a full workout, just move. Stretch your arms, walk around your room, step outside and feel the world waking up with you. Physical motion tells your brain it's time to rise. It breaks the stiffness of sleep and opens the door to energy. Silence is another secret weapon. In a noisy world, silence is healing. Sit quietly for a few minutes. Listen to your breath. Feel your heartbeat. Let your thoughts slow down. In that silence, you meet yourself. You remember who you are beneath all the noise, all the roles, all the expectations. You realize that peace was never gone. It was just buried under distraction. Your morning can also be a time for creation. The early hours are often when your mind is clearest. You can write, plan, read, or think deeply before the world starts demanding your attention. The work you do in those quiet hours is often your best work. It's pure, focused, undisturbed. Sometimes your morning might not go as planned. You might wake up late, spill your coffee, or feel off. That's okay. Don't give up on the day because of one rough start. Reset, take a deep breath, and begin again. One mindful minute is still better than none. You don't need a perfect morning to have a peaceful day. A morning routine is not a rule. It's a relationship. It's how you talk to yourself before the world does. It's how you remind yourself that your time, your energy, and your peace matter. When you start your day with intention, you teach your mind to follow your lead. You tell the world, "I decide how my day goes, not my circumstances." Over time, your mornings will start to change you. You'll notice you're calmer, more focused, less reactive. You'll start carrying the stillness of the morning into the chaos of the afternoon. You'll stop rushing through life and start living with awareness. The peace you build in the morning becomes the foundation you stand on when life gets hard. And slowly, morning by morning, you'll reinvent yourself. You'll go from surviving your days to shaping them. You'll begin to see that you don't need big changes to transform your life. Just small, intentional ones, repeated daily. Your morning is where that transformation begins. So tomorrow, when you wake up, don't reach for your phone. Reach for yourself. Breathe. Smile. Stretch. Whisper, "Thank you." Then move into the day with calm and confidence, knowing that you've already won the first battle, the battle for your mind. Because when you own your morning, you own your life. Day 24, letting go of control and trusting the process. Most people spend their lives trying to control everything. They want every plan to go right, every decision to work out, every moment to make sense. They try to manage the future like it's a puzzle they can solve. But life doesn't work that way. You can plan, prepare, and dream, but you can't predict every outcome. The more you try to control everything, the more anxious and exhausted you feel. True peace begins when you learn to let go and trust the process. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means stopping the fight against what you can't change. It means accepting that uncertainty doesn't always mean danger. It can also mean possibility. You can't hold the wind in your hands, but you can learn to move with it. That's what trusting the process really is. Believing that even when things don't go your way, they can still lead somewhere beautiful. Many people believe control brings safety, but it actually brings stress. You try to control outcomes, people, timing, and even emotions. You overthink every move, replay every conversation, plan every detail, but no matter how much you try, life will still surprise you. Some things will fall apart, some doors will close, some paths will twist in ways you didn't expect. But often, those unexpected turns are the ones that lead you where you're meant to be. There are moments in life when you'll do everything right, and things still won't go the way you hoped. That's not failure, it's redirection. Life is wiser than you think. Sometimes the delay is protection. Sometimes the rejection is guidance. You can't always see it while you're in it, but when you look back, you'll realize that what you thought was a setback was actually a setup for something better. Trusting the process is hard because it requires patience. You have to walk through seasons where nothing makes sense. You have to keep going when results don't show. You have to plant seeds knowing you won't see growth right away. But just because you can't see progress doesn't mean it's not happening. Growth happens quietly, beneath the surface. You just need to keep showing up and trust that time will reveal what's meant for you. Letting go of control also means releasing your need to have all the answers. You don't have to know what comes next. You just have to take the next right step. Life unfolds one moment at a time. You can't rush it. You can't skip ahead. Every chapter has a purpose, even the slow and painful ones. When you stop forcing and start trusting, you make space for peace to enter. Trying to control everything comes from fear, the fear of losing, the fear of failing, the fear of not being enough. You think if you hold on tighter, you'll be safe. But control doesn't prevent pain. It only prevents peace. The tighter you hold on, the more you suffer when life changes anyway. Freedom comes when you finally release your grip and say, whatever happens, I'll handle it. Sometimes the reason you can't move forward is because you're still trying to make sense of the past. You keep asking why instead of asking what now. Not everything needs an explanation. Some things happen simply to shape you, not to break you. You don't need to understand every loss to learn from it. You just need to accept that it was part of your path. There's a kind of strength that comes from surrender. Not the weak kind that gives up, but the brave kind that says, I trust this process even when I can't see the whole picture. It's choosing faith over fear. It's believing that you're being guided even when the road looks unclear. The universe, life, or whatever you believe in, it has a rhythm. When you align with it instead of fighting it, life flows more easily. You can still have goals, dreams, and discipline while trusting the process. Letting go doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing your best and then releasing what you can't control. It means taking action without obsession, planning without panic, working hard without worrying about every result. It's balance. You give your effort, and then you let life do its part. Think of life like the ocean. You can't control the waves, but you can learn to surf. The waves will come no matter what. Some will be smooth, others rough, but when you stop fighting the current and start moving with it, you find your rhythm. You realize that every wave, even the hard ones, is helping you grow stronger. Sometimes you'll lose something you thought you couldn't live without. You'll feel lost, confused, and scared. But later, you'll see that losing it made space for something better. The universe doesn't take without giving. It simply replaces what's no longer meant for you with what is. Trust that trade. Even if you don't understand it yet, one day you will. When you let go of control, you also let go of perfection. You realize that not everything needs to happen exactly as planned. Mistakes can become miracles. Delays can become blessings. People who leave make room for people who truly belong. The things you thought went wrong might actually be going right in ways you can't see yet. You'll notice that when you stop trying to control everything, you start breathing easier. You stop overthinking every detail. You start living in the present instead of worrying about the future. You start noticing small joys, the warmth of sunlight, the sound of laughter, the peace in stillness. Life becomes softer, lighter, calmer. You start trusting not only the process, but also yourself. Trusting yourself is a big part of letting go. When you believe that you'll handle whatever comes your way, you don't need to control everything. You stop fearing uncertainty because you know you'll adapt. You stop chasing guarantees because you know you can build again if things fall apart. Self-trust turns fear into freedom. There will be moments when you're tempted to force outcomes, to make people stay, to rush success, to fix everything at once. But forcing rarely leads to fulfillment. What's meant for you will never need chasing. What's not meant for you will never stay, no matter how hard you hold on. Trusting the process means believing that timing has its own wisdom. Patience is faith in action. It's believing that even when nothing seems to be happening, something is. Every season has its purpose. Some seasons are for building, some are for waiting, some are for healing. Don't rush the one you're in. You're not behind. You're right where you need to be. Letting go also means allowing others to live their journey. You can't control how people act, feel, or grow. You can only control how you love them, how you respond, and how you protect your peace. Everyone has their own lessons to learn. Trying to control their path only creates frustration. Let them be, and focus on your own. The truth is, life is not a straight line. It's messy, unpredictable, and often unfair. But that's what makes it real. Every twist, every delay, every heartbreak shapes you in ways you can't see yet. Trust that one day, all the pieces will connect. The dots will make sense. The pain will have purpose. And you'll look back and say, now I understand. Until that day, breathe, keep going. Do your part and let the rest unfold. Don't let uncertainty steal your peace. You're not lost, you're evolving. The process is not against you, it's building you. Every delay, every detour, every disappointment is preparing you for something that matches your growth. So stop trying to control every outcome. Stop worrying about every what if. You've survived everything life has thrown at you so far. You'll survive what's next too. Trust that you're being guided, even when you can't see the full map. Let go, breathe deeply, and move forward with faith. Because the moment you stop trying to control everything, you make space for miracles to happen. And when you learn to trust the process, you realize that life was never about controlling the journey. It was always about learning how to flow with it. Day 25, How to Find Peace in Solitude. There is a difference between being alone and being lonely. Loneliness is when you feel empty because you crave someone's presence. Solitude is when you feel full because you've found peace in your own. Most people fear being alone because they've never learned how to be with themselves. They fill their silence with noise, their time with people, and their hearts with distraction. But when the noise fades and they're left with only their thoughts, they panic. They realize they don't know themselves as well as they thought. Yet solitude is not a punishment, it's an invitation. It's the space where you finally meet who you truly are. Solitude is where healing begins. When you step away from the world's noise, you can finally hear your own voice again. You can listen to your feelings without judgment. You can breathe without rushing. You can think clearly without interference. The quiet moments that once scared you start to feel like home. You begin to notice small things, the sound of your breath, the rhythm of your heartbeat, the way sunlight fills your room. You start realizing that peace was never lost. It was just buried under constant distraction. Many people chase connection without realizing they've never connected with themselves. They depend on others to make them feel seen, loved, and valued. But no one can fill the space you refuse to fill for yourself. When you learn to enjoy your own company, you stop depending on others for validation. You stop chasing attention. You stop fearing silence. You start realizing that being alone doesn't mean being unloved. It means being free. Spending time alone can be uncomfortable at first. It feels strange because you've been trained to always stay busy, to always be surrounded by people or screens. When you finally sit in silence, your thoughts start to rise. Old memories appear. Emotions you buried start to speak. That's why solitude feels heavy at first. It's the sound of everything you've been avoiding. But if you stay still and listen, those thoughts soften. They stop shouting and start teaching. You begin to understand your patterns, your pain, your desires. That's how self-awareness grows in silence, not noise. Solitude gives you clarity. When you're always surrounded by other voices, you start absorbing their opinions. You begin to think, act, and live in ways that please others. You forget what you truly want. But when you spend time alone, you can separate your voice from the crowd. You can ask yourself, what do I really want? What do I really feel? The answers may surprise you. They may even change your life. Some people fear solitude because they associate it with isolation. But solitude is not isolation. It's restoration. Isolation drains you because it's forced. Solitude heals you because it's chosen. When you choose to be alone, you're choosing to pause, reflect, and reconnect. You're choosing yourself. You're saying, I deserve my own time and attention. That's not selfish. That's self-love. When you learn to be comfortable in your own company, relationships become healthier too. You no longer enter them out of need. You enter them out of choice. You stop clinging. You stop begging for attention. You stop losing yourself in others. Because now your peace doesn't depend on anyone else. You can love people deeply without losing your balance. You can give without feeling empty because you've already filled yourself first. Solitude also helps you discover your creativity. When your mind isn't busy reacting to the world, it starts imagining, dreaming, and creating. Many of the world's greatest ideas were born in silence. Artists, writers, inventors, all found their inspiration when they stepped away from the noise. Solitude gives your imagination space to breathe. It allows ideas to grow without interruption. You don't have to be a creator to benefit from that. You just have to give your mind the gift of quiet. There's a unique kind of peace that comes from realizing you don't need constant stimulation. You don't need to scroll endlessly. You don't need to talk all the time. You don't need to be everywhere or do everything. You can simply sit, breathe, and exist, and it's enough. You start valuing stillness more than speed. You start choosing depth over noise. The more you embrace solitude, the richer your inner world becomes. You'll also notice that solitude makes you stronger. When you spend time alone, you learn to handle your emotions without running away. You learn to self-soothe. You become emotionally independent. You stop fearing abandoned because you know how to be your own support system. You stop needing others to make you feel whole because you already are. That's real strength, not coldness, but completeness. Solitude teaches you to slow down. In a world that glorifies constant hustle, being still feels rebellious, but slowing down doesn't mean you're falling behind. It means you're living with awareness. You're allowing yourself to rest, to breathe, to process. It's in those slow moments that you start seeing life more clearly. You start noticing the beauty in ordinary things, the sound of rain, the warmth of a blanket, the quiet comfort of your own thoughts. These small joys often go unnoticed when life moves too fast. Spending time in solitude also helps you rebuild your boundaries. You begin to understand what drains you and what restores you. You learn when to say no without guilt. You learn to walk away from noise without explanation. You start valuing your peace more than approval, and that's when you realize solitude doesn't take anything from you. It gives you everything you were too distracted to notice. When you find peace in solitude, loneliness starts to fade. You stop needing company just to fill the silence. You begin to enjoy your own presence the way you enjoy a good song or a sunset. You start treating yourself like someone you love, spending time with. You realize that peace doesn't come from being surrounded, it comes from being centered. But solitude doesn't mean you shut the world out. It means you return to it with more clarity, compassion, and balance. You give better love because you're no longer giving from emptiness. You listen better because your mind isn't crowded. You connect deeper because you're not afraid of silence anymore. Solitude makes you a better human because it connects you with yourself first. There will be days when solitude feels lonely again, when the silence feels too heavy and you crave connection. That's okay. You're human. Connection is part of life. But now you'll know the difference between craving company out of love and craving it out of fear. You'll reach out to others, because you want to share your peace, not because you've lost it. Finding peace in solitude doesn't happen overnight. It takes practice. It takes sitting through the discomfort of silence until it becomes soothing. It takes time to unlearn the habit of constant noise. But once you do, you'll realize that solitude is not emptiness, it's space. Space to think, space to breathe, space to heal, space to grow. You'll start to see solitude as your sanctuary, a place you return to for strength, not escape. When life gets chaotic, you'll know you can always come back to yourself. You'll know that no matter what happens, peace is never far away. It's always within reach, waiting in the quiet. So don't fear being alone. Embrace it. Let solitude be your teacher. Let it show you how strong, wise, and whole you already are. Spend time with yourself until your own company feels like home. Because when you find peace in solitude, you no longer chase happiness, you carry it with you. And when you walk through life like that, calm, centered, whole, the world feels lighter. You stop needing validation. You stop fearing silence. You stop running. You start living. You start breathing. And that's when you realize the peace you were searching for was always inside you, waiting for you to sit still long enough to feel it. Day 26. Building consistency. When motivation fades. Motivation feels great when it's there. It makes you feel unstoppable, alive, ready to take on the world. But the truth is, motivation never stays forever. It comes and goes like the weather. One day you wake up full of energy and focus, and the next, you don't even want to get out of bed. That's normal. Everyone feels it. The difference between people who reach their goals and those who don't isn't motivation, it's consistency. Consistency means doing what needs to be done, even when you don't feel like it. It means showing up on the hard days, not just the good ones. Motivation starts your journey, but consistency keeps you moving. It's like a heartbeat, steady, quiet, reliable. You might not notice it every moment, but it's what keeps you alive in your goals. When you first start something new, you feel inspired. You imagine the results. You feel excited. You plan everything perfectly. But after a few days or weeks, that excitement fades. The progress feels slow. The effort feels heavy. The results aren't instant. That's when most people quit, not because they can't do it, but because they expected motivation to carry them forever. But motivation is not fuel. It's just a spark. You have to build your own fire after that. Consistency isn't about intensity. It's about persistence. You don't need to do everything perfectly every day. You just need to keep going. Even small steps, repeated daily, lead to big changes over time. One workout won't change your body. One book won't change your mind. But doing a little bit every day will. It's not about doing a lot, it's about not stopping. There will be days when you feel tired, uninspired, or distracted. Those are the most important days, because when you act, despite the lack of motivation, you train your mind to rely on discipline instead of emotion. Discipline doesn't care if you feel like it or not. Discipline says, do it anyway. That's how progress is made, not by bursts of energy, but by quiet commitment. Think of consistency like brushing your teeth. You don't do it because you're motivated. You do it because it's part of your life. It's a habit. You don't question it. You don't skip it because you don't feel like it. You just do it. That's how your goals should be. Non-negotiable parts of your routine. Once something becomes a habit, it stops feeling like effort. It becomes natural. The problem is that most people expect results too quickly. They want transformation after a week. When they don't see it, they give up. But real growth is invisible for a while. It happens quietly, like roots growing under the ground before the tree breaks through the soil. Just because you can't see progress doesn't mean it's not there. The ones who stay consistent long enough always see results. They just have the patience to wait. Consistency doesn't mean doing everything perfectly. You will miss days. You will make mistakes. You will feel lazy sometimes. That's okay. Consistency isn't perfection. It's return. It's what you do after you fall off track. You can take a break, but don't quit. You can rest, but don't stop. The power is in your comeback. Every time you return, you prove to yourself that you're serious. You also need to understand your why. Why did you start? Why does it matter? When motivation fades, your why keeps you grounded. It reminds you that this isn't just about results, it's about becoming who you're meant to be. Write down your why. Read it on the days you feel weak. Let it remind you that every small step counts. Some people wait for motivation to appear before they take action, but action is what creates motivation. Once you start moving, even slowly, you build momentum. Your brain releases energy, and suddenly you feel more focused. The hardest part is always starting. Once you take the first step, the next one becomes easier. So when you don't feel like it, start small. Start anyway. There's a quiet confidence that comes from being consistent. You start trusting yourself more. You stop making empty promises to yourself. You build self-respect. You realize you don't need to rely on inspiration. You can rely on commitment. That's power. That's growth. You no longer need to feel motivated to move forward. You move forward because you've built the habit of doing so. You might think consistency makes life boring, but it's the opposite. Consistency gives life structure. It helps you focus your energy on what truly matters. It turns chaos into clarity. You begin to feel more grounded because you know what you stand for. Every day feels meaningful because you're moving, even slowly, towards something important. The best way to stay consistent is to make things simple. Don't set unrealistic goals that drain you. Start small. Choose actions that you can maintain even on your worst days. It's better to walk every day than to run once and quit. It's better to read 2 pages daily than to finish a book in one night and never pick another up. Simplicity builds sustainability. Another secret of consistency is forgiveness. Be kind to yourself when you fall behind. Don't beat yourself up. Don't think you've ruined everything because of one bad day. One mistake doesn't erase progress. One missed workout doesn't erase health. One skipped journal doesn't erase reflection. Growth is about direction, not perfection. Keep walking forward, always. Sometimes you'll need to adjust your pace. There will be seasons of high energy and seasons of rest. Don't compare your speed to others. Everyone's timeline is different. What matters is that you keep showing up for your own journey. You can move slower and still win. Progress is personal. It's not a race. Consistency also grows with environment. Surround yourself with reminders of who you want to become. Keep your space clean. Keep your tools ready. Create an environment where it's easier to succeed than to quit. If you want to write, keep your notebook visible. If you want to exercise, lay out your shoes. Your surroundings shape your behavior more than you think. When motivation fades, don't see it as failure. See it as normal. No one stays excited forever. Even the most successful people have days when they feel tired or lost, but they still show up. They've built systems that carry them when emotion can't. They've learned that consistency is not about feeling good, it's about doing good. There's a quiet beauty in slow progress. When you're consistent, you learn patience. You learn to trust time. You stop chasing quick fixes. You realize that real success isn't made overnight. It's built day by day, brick by brick, habit by habit. You may not notice the changes daily, but one day you'll look back and realize how far you've come. The truth is, you don't need to be perfect to change your life. You just need to be present. You just need to keep going, even when it's hard. Consistency turns ordinary people into extraordinary achievers. Not because they're more talented, but because they didn't stop when it got hard. So when motivation fades, and it will, remember this: you don't need to feel ready to act. You just need to begin. One small step, one small effort, one small promise kept. That's how consistency is built. And once you've built it, it becomes part of who you are. The days you don't feel like showing up are the days that shape you the most, because those are the days when you prove to yourself that you can. You may not see the results yet, but they're coming. Every small action adds up. Every effort counts. Every moment matters. And someday, you'll look back and realize you became the person you used to admire. Not because you were always motivated, but because you were always consistent. Day 27. How to protect your energy from negative people. Not everyone you meet is meant to walk with you on your journey. Some people lift you higher, and others quietly drain your strength. Some bring peace, and others bring chaos. Protecting your energy is not about hating anyone. It's about respecting yourself. Your peace is priceless, and the people you allow into your space shape how you feel, think, and grow. You can't always avoid negative people, but you can learn how to guard your energy around them. Energy is real. You can feel it even without words. Some people walk into a room and you feel lighter. Others enter, and suddenly the air feels heavier. That's not your imagination. Emotions are contagious. If you spend time around negativity, you'll start carrying it too. Protecting your energy means staying aware of how people make you feel. It's noticing who makes you calm and who makes you tense. It's learning to step back before your peace turns into exhaustion. Negative people don't always look the same. Some complain all the time. Some criticize. Some gossip. Some drain your hope by always focusing on what could go wrong. Some make you feel small when you share your dreams. And some smile to your face but leave you doubting yourself inside. You don't need to fight them or fix them. You just need to distance yourself. Not with anger, but with awareness. You can't control how others act, but you can control how you respond. When you stop reacting to negativity, you take away its power. Silence is stronger than argument. Calm is stronger than chaos. You don't have to win every battle. Sometimes peace is found in walking away, not proving your point. Protecting your energy often means saying less and choosing where to put your attention. One of the biggest mistakes people make is trying to change negative people. They think if they just show enough kindness, patience, or explanation, the person will change. But negativity is a choice, and only the person living it can choose differently. You can't heal someone who enjoys their wounds. You can only protect yourself while they figure it out. Your empathy shouldn't become your weakness. Protecting your energy also means setting boundaries. Boundaries are not walls, they're filters. They don't shut people out, they keep your peace in. When you say no to toxic conversations or disrespectful behavior, you're not being rude, you're being responsible. You teach people how to treat you by what you allow. If you keep tolerating negativity, you're silently agreeing to it. Boundaries are not selfish, they're self-respect. You might feel guilty at first for pulling back. You might worry that you're being cold, but remember, you are not responsible for everyone's happiness. You are only responsible for your own. If someone constantly drains you, you don't owe them unlimited access to your energy. Love people, but love yourself enough to know when to step away. You can care from a distance. Some people will test your boundaries. They'll push you to react. They'll twist your calm into weakness, but don't fall for it. Protecting your peace means staying grounded, even when others try to pull you into chaos. You don't need to match their energy. You need to hold your own. When they raise their voice, lower yours. When they spread hate, choose silence. When they gossip, excuse yourself. Every time you do, you reclaim your power. The truth is, your energy is sacred. It's your life force. You spend it on work, relationships, dreams, and healing. You can't afford to waste it on drama or people who live in negativity. Not everyone deserves a seat at your table. Some people only come to eat your peace and leave you empty. Protecting your energy means choosing who sits with you wisely. It's not always easy to step back, especially when the negative person is someone close to you, a friend, a coworker, even family. But distance doesn't always mean cutting them off completely. It can simply mean changing how much access they have to your emotions. You can still love people and limit their influence. You can still be kind without being drained. Protecting your energy doesn't make you cruel, it makes you conscious. You also protect your energy by choosing your focus. Energy flows where attention goes. If you constantly focus on the negative, you feed it. If you focus on peace, gratitude, and growth, you strengthen it. You can't control who's negative, but you can control whether their negativity grows inside you. Don't give it power. Don't replay their words. Don't carry their weight. Return it with silence and move on. One powerful way to protect your energy is through stillness. When someone's negativity tries to pull you in, pause, take a breath. Remind yourself, this is not mine. You don't need to absorb their mood. You can let it pass through you, like wind through open hands. That's emotional strength, staying centered when the world around you isn't. Protecting your energy also means taking care of yourself. When you're tired, stressed, or overwhelmed, negativity sticks to you more easily. But when you're rested and grounded, it slides off. Take time to recharge, spend time in nature, listen to music, move your body, be alone if you need to. The stronger your peace, the harder it is for anyone to break it. Sometimes you'll outgrow people you once loved deeply. It doesn't mean you've changed for the worse. It means your energy no longer matches. As you heal, your vibration rises, and not everyone will rise with you. Don't lower yourself to fit back into spaces you've outgrown. Let them go with grace. Some people are lessons, not lifetimes. You'll know you're protecting your energy well when you stop feeling drained after conversations. When you stop explaining yourself to those committed to misunderstanding you. When you stop chasing peace in people who thrive in chaos. That's growth. That's strength. That's freedom. There will always be negative people. You can't change the world's energy, but you can protect your own. You can be the calm in the storm. You can choose peace in the middle of noise. You can stay soft without becoming weak. The world doesn't need more reaction, it needs more grounded souls. The more you protect your energy, the more you attract peace. You'll start drawing people who feel like sunshine instead of storms. You'll start feeling lighter, clearer, happier. Your mind will quiet, your body will relax, your heart will open again. You'll realize how much of your stress was never yours. It was energy you allowed in. And one day you'll look back and smile at how far you've come. You'll remember when every opinion, argument, and emotion used to shake you, but now you move differently. You carry peace wherever you go. You don't chase it, you are it. You've learned that protecting your energy isn't just about keeping bad things out. It's about keeping your light strong enough to shine no matter what's around you. So protect your energy fiercely. Guard it like something sacred, because it is. Don't let negativity steal your joy. Don't let people's chaos become your storm. Be kind, but stay grounded. Be loving, but stay firm. Walk away when you need to. Choose peace again and again. Because in the end, your energy is your life, and you deserve a life that feels light, calm, and free. Day 28. How to believe in yourself when no one else does. There will be times in your life when nobody believes in you. Not your friends, not your family, not your teachers, not even the people you thought would always support you. They'll doubt your dreams, they'll question your choices, they'll tell you that what you want is impossible. And in those moments, you'll start to wonder if maybe they're right, maybe you're not good enough, maybe you're dreaming too big. But that's the moment you must learn the most important lesson of all. How to believe in yourself when no one else does. Believing in yourself isn't about arrogance. It's about trust. It's about knowing who you are and what you're capable of, even when the world doesn't see it yet. Everyone loves you when you win, but very few will support you while you're building. That's why self-belief matters. It's the only thing that will keep you moving when the applause is gone. When no one believes in you, you have two choices. You can shrink or you can rise. You can accept their version of you, or you can create your own. Most people give up because they let others' doubts become their truth. They stop before they've even started. But the people who go on to do great things, the ones who change their lives, are the ones who kept going even when no one clapped for them. They believed in themselves long enough for the world to catch up. Self-belief isn't something you're born with, it's something you build. Every time you keep a promise to yourself, your belief grows. Every time you push through fear, it grows stronger. Every time you fail but try again, it becomes unshakable. You don't need anyone else to validate your dreams, you just need proof from your own actions. There will be moments when your vision feels lonely. People will misunderstand you because they can't see what you see. You'll tell them your goals, and they'll laugh or change the subject. Don't take it personally. Their doubt isn't a reflection of your limits, it's a reflection of theirs. People can only believe as far as their own imagination allows. If they can't imagine themselves doing what you're doing, they'll tell you it's impossible. But remember, it's not their dream to see, it's yours. The world often doubts what it doesn't understand. Many of the most successful people were once called foolish, unrealistic, or crazy. Nobody believed in them until they made it happen. Every great story begins with a moment of disbelief. That's what makes success powerful. It's proof that faith can build what doubt tried to destroy. Believing in yourself doesn't mean you'll always feel confident. Some days you'll question everything. Some days you'll feel small, scared, and unsure. That's okay. Confidence isn't the absence of doubt, it's the decision to move forward anyway. Courage doesn't roar, sometimes it whispers, "I'll try again tomorrow." Keep showing up, even quietly, even when no one sees you. That's how strength is built. You'll notice that when you believe in yourself, the world begins to respond differently. Opportunities start appearing. People start noticing your light. It's not magic, it's energy. When you carry self-belief, it shows in how you speak, walk, and act. You stop seeking permission. You start creating your own path. And slowly, the world adjusts to your confidence. Self-belief is not about ignoring reality. It's about shaping it. It's not pretending that everything is easy. It's saying, even if it's hard, I'll still try. It's choosing to bet on yourself again and again, even after failure, because failure doesn't mean the end. It just means you're learning how to win differently. There will always be people who doubt you. Some will do it out of fear, some out of envy. Some just won't understand your drive. But their doubt doesn't have to define your story. Let them talk. Let them laugh. Let them question. You don't owe them explanations. Let your actions speak. Silence fueled by consistency is louder than words. You also need to remember that no one knows your potential like you do. They don't see your effort, your sleepless nights, your quiet battles. They don't know the things you've overcome, just to stand where you are. They only see the surface, so when they doubt you, remind yourself, they're not doubting you, they're doubting what they can't see. Believing in yourself means forgiving yourself too. You'll make mistakes, you'll fail, you'll say the wrong thing, take the wrong step, trust the wrong people. But those mistakes don't make you weak, they make you wiser. You don't lose belief because of failure, you build belief through it. Every time you get back up, you prove that you can survive disappointment and still move forward. Sometimes, self-belief means walking alone for a while. You'll outgrow certain people, environments, and conversations. You'll feel disconnected. But that loneliness is not a curse. It's a transition. The people meant for you will find you when you've grown into the version of yourself that matches their energy. Until then, Walk your path with quiet faith. Solitude builds strength that noise never can. It's easy to believe in yourself when life feels good, but the real test comes when everything goes wrong. When you fail, when you lose, when you're rejected, that's when your belief matters most. It's not about pretending things are fine, it's about knowing that even in pain, you still have power. The moment you say, "I can get through this," is the moment you begin to rise. The truth is, nobody can believe for you. People can support you, but they can't carry your dream. You have to hold it yourself. You have to protect it from doubt, from fear, from discouragement. You have to become your own cheerleader. Speak kindly to yourself. Encourage yourself the way you wish others would. Your words have power. Use them to lift, not limit. Believing in yourself is also about patience. You might not see results immediately. You might work hard for months, even years before things start moving. Don't mistake delay for denial. The universe often tests your faith before rewarding it. Keep doing the work. Keep showing up. The results will come, often when you least expect them. When you stop needing approval, you become unstoppable. You realize that people's opinions can't pay your bills, can't build your future, can't define your worth. You realize that the same people who doubt you today might praise you tomorrow, and their opinion shouldn't change how you see yourself either way. True confidence is steady. It doesn't rise and fall with other people's voices. Every time you keep going, even when you feel unseen, you're building something powerful inside you. You're teaching yourself that you can rely on you. That's what real belief looks like. It's quiet. It's steady. It's personal. It doesn't need to be shouted. It just needs to be lived. One day, the same people who doubted you will ask how you did it. And you'll smile, not out of pride, but out of peace. Because you'll know you didn't need them to believe in you. You needed you. You were the one who kept walking through fear, through doubt, through silence. You were the one who turned belief into proof. So if no one believes in you right now, let that be your fire. Let their doubt fuel your focus. Let it remind you that your vision doesn't need validation to be real. Every step you take toward your dream is proof that you believe in yourself, and that's enough. Because one day, when you reach the place you always dreamed of, you'll look back and realize something beautiful. The people who didn't believe in you weren't your enemies. They were your motivation. They made you stronger. They forced you to rely on yourself. They unknowingly gave you the greatest gift, independence of belief. So keep believing in yourself, even when it's quiet, even when it's lonely, even when it's hard. You are capable. You are enough. You are becoming. You don't need the world to believe in you. Just start, and soon the world will have no choice but to see what you already knew all along. Day 29. Turning pain into power. Pain changes people. It breaks illusions. It opens eyes. It reshapes the way you see the world and yourself. At first it feels unbearable. It feels unfair. It feels like it will never end. But hidden inside every painful experience is something powerful, a lesson, a strength, a piece of wisdom you couldn't have learned any other way. Pain doesn't come to destroy you. It comes to awaken you. The moment you decide to stop running from it and start learning from it, that's when your pain becomes your power. Everyone carries pain. Maybe it's heartbreak, maybe it's failure, maybe it's loss, rejection, or regret. The kind of pain doesn't matter. What matters is what you do with it. Some people let pain define them. They build their identity around it. They say, "This is who I am now," broken, hurt, angry. But others use pain as a reason to rise. They take that same hurt and turn it into fuel. They don't deny the pain. They transform it. Pain is part of growth. You can't evolve without discomfort. Think of how a muscle grows. It tears first, then heals stronger. The same happens with the soul. Every time life breaks you open, it's giving you a chance to rebuild yourself with more strength, more empathy, more depth. Pain is not the enemy. Resistance to it is. When you fight your pain, you stay trapped in it. But when you face it, you begin to heal. Most people want to skip the painful parts of life. They want happiness without struggle, peace without loss, strength without scars. But that's not how it works. Pain is the doorway to power. Every great person you admire, every artist, leader, thinker, has walked through their own fire. They turned heartbreak into art, failure into wisdom, loss into compassion. The difference wasn't that they suffered less. It's that they didn't waste their suffering. When you're in pain, it's easy to ask, why me? But a better question is, what is this teaching me? Pain is a teacher, harsh but honest. It shows you where you've been ignoring yourself. It exposes what needs healing. It teaches you patience, humility, strength, and awareness. The lessons are not always clear right away, but one day you'll look back and realize that what once felt unbearable actually shaped you into who you needed to be. Sometimes pain teaches you how strong you are. You never really know your strength until you have no choice but to use it. You don't realize how powerful your heart is until it's been broken and still keeps beating. You don't realize how brave you are until life gives you something to survive. The pain you've been through has already proven your resilience. You've made it through things you once thought would destroy you, and that means you're already stronger than you think. Turning pain into power doesn't mean pretending you're fine. It means acknowledging the hurt, but choosing not to live there. It means saying, yes, this happened, but it doesn't define me. You let the pain pass through you instead of becoming part of you. You allow yourself to feel it fully, cry if you need to, scream if you have to, but you don't stay stuck in the story of suffering. You use it as a stepping stone to something better. When you go through something painful, you also gain empathy. You start seeing others differently. You recognize pain in other people's eyes. You become softer, kinder, more understanding. That's part of your power too. Not just strength, but compassion. The world needs people who have walked through darkness and still choose to bring light. There will be moments when the pain feels endless. You'll wonder if it will ever stop. But healing is not a straight line. It takes time. It takes patience. It takes forgiveness, especially of yourself. Sometimes you'll feel strong, and sometimes you'll fall apart again. That doesn't mean you're failing. It means you're human. Every time you rise, you're building power. You'll notice that pain changes what you value. You stop chasing meaningless things. You stop caring about shallow validation. You start appreciating peace, simplicity, and truth. You begin to see beauty in small moments, a quiet morning, a deep conversation, the warmth of sunlight. Pain strips away what doesn't matter so you can finally see what does. You can also use your pain as motivation. Let it push you forward instead of holding you back. If someone hurt you, use that pain to become someone they could never break again. If you failed, use that pain to build wisdom that makes you unstoppable. If you lost something, use that pain to grow gratitude for what you still have. Don't let pain turn you bitter. Let it turn you bold. There's power in telling your story too. When you speak your truth, you free yourself and inspire others. You remind people that they're not alone. Pain becomes powerful when it turns into purpose. Maybe your struggle will help someone else survive theirs. Maybe your scars will become a roadmap for others to heal. That's how pain transforms, when you use it to help, not hide. Some pain won't have clear answers. Some things will never make sense. You won't always get closure or justice or explanation. That's hard to accept. But sometimes the only way to find peace is to stop waiting for understanding. You let go. You accept that you may never know why, but you still choose to move forward. That's not weakness, that's freedom. You also turn pain into power by shifting your mindset. Instead of saying this broke me, say this built me. Instead of this ruined my life, say this redirected me. Words shape reality. The story you tell yourself about your pain decides whether you stay stuck or rise stronger. You can't change what happened, but you can change what it means. Healing doesn't mean forgetting, it means remembering differently. It means being able to think about the pain without letting it control you. It means looking back at your scars and saying, "That's where I grew." You stop seeing your wounds as proof of weakness and start seeing them as proof of survival. Every scar is a story of strength. Turning pain into power is also about gratitude, not for the suffering itself, but for the lessons it gave you. It taught you who truly loves you. It showed you what you deserve. It gave you clarity about what matters. When you find meaning in your pain, it stops feeling like punishment. It becomes purpose. One day, you'll look back and realize that the worst thing that happened to you led to the best version of you. The heartbreak taught you self-love. The failure taught you resilience. The loss taught you appreciation. The rejection guided you to something better. Life was never working against you. It was working through you. You can't always choose your pain, but you can always choose your response. You can choose to let it close your heart or open it wider. You can choose to let it make you bitter or make you better. You can choose to see it as the end or as the beginning of something new. That choice is your power. Pain will visit your life again. That's part of being alive. But once you've learned how to transform it, it won't scare you anymore. You'll know that no matter what happens, you have the strength to rise again. You'll carry your lessons with you, like armor. You'll move through life with quiet confidence, knowing that nothing can truly break you anymore. Because now, you understand something most people don't. Pain is not just suffering, it's transformation. It's the fire that forges your strength. It's the storm that clears your path. It's the mirror that shows you who you really are. So the next time you feel pain, don't run from it. Sit with it, listen to it, ask it what it's trying to teach you, and when it's done teaching, thank it, then let it go. You don't have to carry it forever. Just carry the wisdom it gave you. Your pain is not your enemy. It's your evolution. And when you finally learn how to turn it into power, nothing, not fear, not failure, not heartbreak, can stop you from becoming who you were meant to be. Day 30. Becoming the person you were always meant to be. This is where your journey comes full circle. You've spent 30 days rebuilding yourself piece by piece, thought by thought, habit by habit. You've learned to let go of the past, trust the process, stay consistent, and protect your peace. You've faced pain, loneliness, and doubt, and still kept going. You've grown stronger, wiser, and more aware. And now, standing here at the end of this journey, you are no longer the same person who began it. You are becoming the person you were always meant to be. Becoming your true self isn't about creating someone new. It's about returning to the person you were before the world told you who to be. Before fear shaped your choices. Before rejection made you shrink. Before expectations dimmed your light. It's about peeling away everything false and standing in your truth, bold, calm, and real. It's about remembering that you were always enough. Somewhere along the way, you might have lost parts of yourself. You gave too much to people who didn't value you. You stayed silent when your heart wanted to speak. You believed that fitting in was safer than being seen. But now, you know better. You've learned that peace feels better than approval. You've learned that authenticity feels lighter than pretending. You've learned that you never needed to become someone else to be worthy. You just needed to remember who you already are. Becoming yourself is not a single moment. It's a lifetime process. You'll keep growing, changing, learning. You'll outgrow old versions of yourself again and again. You'll shed beliefs that no longer serve you. You'll meet new parts of yourself you didn't even know existed. That's the beauty of this journey. You're never finished. You're always becoming. The person you were meant to be is not perfect. They still make mistakes. They still get scared. They still have bad days. But they no longer stay stuck there. They know how to heal. They know how to begin again. They know that failure isn't the end. It's feedback. They know that strength isn't loud. It's quiet persistence. The person you're becoming doesn't need to prove anything anymore. They found peace in simply being. You've also learned that your value doesn't depend on what you achieve. You don't have to chase worth. It's already yours. You don't have to be everything to everyone. You don't have to explain your growth or justify your boundaries. You are allowed to exist as you are. Unapologetically, imperfectly, beautifully. That's real freedom. As you've grown, your circle may have changed. Some people couldn't walk this path with you. And that's okay. Growth always creates distance, but it also attracts the right people. People who match your peace. People who understand your energy. People who see you, not just for what you do, but for who you are. The more authentic you become, the more aligned your connections will be. You might still feel scared about the future. You might still doubt if you're ready, but you are. Everything you've gone through has prepared you for this. The pain taught you empathy, the silence taught you peace, the struggle taught you strength, the waiting taught you patience. You didn't just survive, you transformed. You built the foundation for a new life, one that's rooted in truth, not fear. Becoming the person you were meant to be means living with intention. It means waking up and choosing yourself every day, not in a selfish way, but in a sacred one. It means treating your time, energy, and dreams with respect. It means saying yes only to what aligns with your peace. It means creating a life that feels like you, not one that just looks good from the outside. You'll notice that the more you live as your true self, the more peaceful everything feels. You stop forcing things. You stop begging for love. You stop chasing validation. You start attracting what matches your vibration. You start trusting timing instead of rushing it. You start seeing that everything you need already lives within you. You become unshakable because your worth no longer depends on anything outside of you. You've learned that happiness isn't found in achievement or perfection. It's found in alignment. When your actions match your values, your soul rests. When your words match your truth, your heart feels light. When your energy matches your purpose, your life flows naturally. That's what becoming yourself truly means, living in harmony with who you are. There will still be days when you doubt yourself, days when you fall back into old patterns, days when you forget your strength. That's okay. Growth is not a straight line, but now you have the tools to rise again. You know how to pause, reflect, and reset. You know that one bad day doesn't erase your progress. You know how to find your center again. That awareness is your power. As you move forward, promise yourself this: never abandon yourself again. Never shrink to make others comfortable. Never silence your truth to keep the peace. Never settle for less than what feels right. You've worked too hard to return to versions of yourself that you've outgrown. Stay loyal to your growth. Even when it's lonely, stay loyal to your peace, even when it's misunderstood. Stay loyal to your light, even when the world gets dark. You are not behind. You are not lost. You are exactly where you need to be. Every mistake, every heartbreak, every setback, it all shaped you into someone wiser, stronger, and softer. The person you are today is proof that healing works. Proof that time heals. Proof that growth is possible. You've done what many people are too afraid to do. You faced yourself and chose to change. You've learned that reinvention is not about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you were before the world dimmed your fire. The child in you who dreamed freely. The heart in you that loved without fear. The mind in you that believed anything was possible. That's who you were always meant to be. And now you're finally returning home to that truth. From this point forward, carry everything you've learned with you. Let peace guide your choices. Let kindness guide your actions. Let faith guide your steps. You don't have to have everything figured out. You just have to keep showing up, one day at a time, with love and honesty. That's how you keep growing. The life ahead of you will still have challenges, but you'll face them differently now. You'll no longer see struggle as punishment. You'll see it as preparation. You'll no longer fear endings. You'll understand they make room for new beginnings. You'll no longer rush time. You'll learn to trust it. You'll become stronger, calmer, wiser, and more grounded. You'll become you. This is not the end of your journey. It's the beginning of a new one. A life built with awareness, with peace, with purpose. A life where you no longer chase meaning. You create it. A life where you're no longer afraid to start over because you know you have the strength to rebuild again and again. You are the masterpiece and the maker, the storm and the calm, the story and the storyteller. And now, as you step into this next chapter of your life, remember, everything you need is already within you. You were never lost. You were simply becoming. So take a deep breath, feel how far you've come, and whisper to yourself, not as hope but as truth, I am proud of who I am becoming. Because you are no longer just surviving life. You are living it, fully, freely, fearlessly, exactly as you were always meant to.